How's it going, everyone? Welcome to another episode of No Excuses with two of your favorite show hosts, Still.
And Vorcel and Fern again has been called out at short notice for work, which he was not particularly amused by and only was able to tell us just this morning. Yeah, so we're without him again while he drives one of his local retards around. See, this is the problem with where he lives, is that anytime somebody needs to go anywhere, it's a 4-hour journey at least. So while the individual fares are large, it basically takes Fern out for an afternoon, and there's not really anything to be done about it
Yeah,
because there's no such thing as a small job for him.
yeah, and them keeping employees there has been a shoe. Sounds like they desperately need some so that we work there can have some breathing room. But no. I've got to go to work tomorrow, right after church. Gotta love work.
Who's responsible for this?
The opossum.
What has he done?
Uh, he told a customer that we would be we would take care of something on Monday. There's a problem with Monday though. We're leaving the state on Monday. We're going to Ohio for a business trip. That's a day and a half.
That's Why is he such a retard?
Oh, he tried to buy another truck
Why?
because
What for?
he doesn't like the current truck.
Well, too bad.
I told him you need to be patient. I understand the current truck we've got is a piece of crap.
And whose fault is that?
But you're the one that said, "Oh, look at me! I got this cheap deal for this $2,000 truck. I want to go buy this truck." Like, we're just gonna have to be stuck with it. Yeah, it makes me sick too when we drive it. That's why we don't drive it, and we use it just to haul equipment around. But we cannot afford another truck right now. Have you seen the economy? Nobody's pulling the trigger on anything. Where some people just he can't do math. I know that. There are some people that just don't understand the concept of numbers.
Well, I mean, he was he was educated in the South and not for very long.
The South will give you a remarkably good education as long as you don't go to the schools. So yeah,
Well,
the
he sure
most.
didn't do that.
Yeah. If you don't have your daddy cover your butt for you, his did. You'll learn a whole lot of stuff in the South real fast. Way more practical and useful because it'll be necessary. At least it used to be. Nowadays, where Atlanta is doing its best to corrupt everything around it. So anyway, work gripes aside, sure we'll have plenty of time for those. This week, we're going to attempt to go back to Heritage Found and continue our shared fate grind. And if that plan needs to get aborted, we'll just pick homes and or whatever. So,
Apparently, the entire population of this game wants nobody to be able to functionally do fates outside of a Zerg team.
yeah, it's like everybody is trying to hop on them trains to get their bicolored gemstones and get their maxed out stuff so they can buy the stupid toucans and come out and make a ton of money. But there's just nothing to buy this expanded. Like I'm saving up for the golden sheep, but that's you don't. There's no rush on that. In fact, there's a talk to me fate over here that hasn't. There's several of them, in fact, haven't triggered. Gives me hope here.
Could just mean that they're just all about to crash down.
Possible. Also mean 5 bugs will. So yeah, we'll go through our weeks. Final Fantasy has not really been either of our weeks at all. I played more Mahjong than I did Final Fantasy.
Manner of speaking.
Well, in multiple ways actually. Ibu talked me into downloading the free to play Mahjong game.
But why?
He wanted to play Mahjong. Like we've
There's Mahjong in Final Fantasy.
there is, but it's slow and requires matchmaking. You may not be able to play with your friends. and it also has no. It doesn't have nearly the helpful UI tools built in that the base one has. Let's go. Ah, yeah, we're good. And yeah, so like I mentioned before, I can be talked into pretty much anything if my friends want to do it, and this apparently includes mahjong, despite my
But you're too late to get Haru.
I am. This apparently caused a ginormous stir in this game.
Chinese game is a spastic.
They are special. So I guess we'll start with your week and we'll bounce from there. Bumble along, and at the break we can change a few extra news. I think we've had. Save the Monster Hunter stuff for when Fern gets back, because I would feel real bad if we did Monster Hunter stuff without Fern.
Kind of his jam. And plus, I don't really understand much at all about the history of the thing. I've only really played World and Rise, so I'm sort of a poser, manner of speaking.
I touched a couple of the other ones. One of them because Fern asked me to try it on the Wii U, way back in the day.
Wii U.
So it would not feel quite right to use up the Monster Hunter. Plus, it'll make the monster meteor for when. Yeah. So
Anyway,
your week.
well, I'm trying to think of something because there really isn't much to speak of, to be honest, on account of it being the end of winter, beginning of spring, and that means two things. Number one, the bobby calves are being slaughtered, and this is part of New Zealand's veal production industry. And what bobby calves means is lots and lots of filth in the meat processing plants, and lots of pathogens going around as well, because when you've got lots of placentas lying around in the field for cattle to tread in as a result of the calving season, then you end up with lots of pathogens being spread between cattle, and that means lots of work for me, because all of this stuff, pathogens show up on the they move the needle on the regulatory apparatus, so it means that I've got to be especially attentive to what's going on, and it takes a lot of time to make sure all the data is properly sorted out. So I've been extremely busy, and there's not really anything to be done about it. It's just the way it is at this time of year. And to boot, the other thing that happens at this time of year is heaps and heaps of people start calling in sick. And I'm sick myself right now. It's just something that happens this time of the year, it seems, when the seasons change. And so we're low on numbers, and everybody's having to pull extra duty to try and keep on top of things. So it's been a very busy season for me. Not to mention working while sick, which doesn't help. But yeah, I haven't played a lot of the video games as a result of all of this. I have done a few bits and pieces here and there. I haven't really done anything with Genshin. I've pretty much just kept the I cleaned up all of the remaining summer content from that little zone. I really liked the summer event. Summer events have a pretty strong reputation in Genshin for being high quality, limited time content compared to a lot of other stuff. Um, but yeah, I more or less completed it already, and I just had like bits and pieces to clean up. And since they make it so easy to make sure that you get everything, I was able to pretty neatly put the bow on all of that. They put an awful lot of effort into it. That there's heaps of voice acting throughout, and even some of the side quests that branch off that happen afterwards are even voice acted. Like this surprising amount of work has gone into it. It's such a shame that it's always just limited time. There's lots of significant event content that happens that is referred to repeatedly by the game subsequently that you simply cannot experience anymore because it's just gone. But yeah, that whole the whole Genshin could never thing is starting to finally melt away, it looks like. So we might discuss that a little bit later.
Yeah, there's been
Because they are, it looks like they're finally planning to toe the line, so to speak. $3 minutes, oh my goodness. But yeah. So the current event, I do not like at all. I think it's quite awful. And you can make a cogent and fair criticism that it's because I'm a filthy casual that I hate it. And I'm not even going to bother to try and defend myself against that accusation because I am a filthy casual at Genshin. But this is basically, from my point of view, it's primos that are totally inaccessible. Like, this might as well be another tier of Spiral Abyss for all that I can access them. Like, I just don't have enough characters built up to do it. Period, end. You only need to get to silver to get the Prima Gems, but I can only do that sporadically. And I just decided I was spending so much time attempting to find ways to clear this with massively underbuilt characters, because that's all I've got, that I decided, you know what, I'm actually having zero fun doing this. I'm just going to shelve it, and I'm going to leave them a scathing review next time they do the survey, because it's just designed to be inaccessible. I don't even understand why it is the way it is. Like, there's already an issue with Spiral Abyss basically being content that the long-time players are completely sick of, but they're the only ones that can participate, and this is a major problem. But this content doesn't require 2 teams; it requires 3.
Yeah, Genshin has a problem with multi-team content in general existing, and that, number one, the game's been around for so long. There are so many characters in the game that people, as time goes on, people are more and more likely to have their eggs spread around, and their resources spread around. The Even worse than that, you if you just get new people that are coming in, and they're less and less likely to have a team built up because they don't have any of the systems that ZZZ or Star Rail have to alleviate that. Yep, there's another group here, quite a horde.
See, this one is actually even worse because it's structured in the rich get richer. So, there are basically, you need to have, you might have seen this before in other events, because I know it exists in other events. I didn't manage to do anything. The system where a given character will contribute a certain amount of points to the team, basically, and there'll be a little lightning bolt showing how many points that character's worth, and collectively accruing these points enables you to get buffs to your team. This is the most egregious case of it that I have ever seen, because you need a huge number of these points. You need 54 points, I think it is, something like that, to, no, hold on, it's not quite that much. It's, let's see, 6 times 3, 6 times 3, 6 plus 36. So you need 42 points in order to max it out. As an example, my Clorinda and my Ningguang are worth 4 points. My Yaimiko is worth 4 points. My Traveler who has a full set of plus 20 artifacts and is level 90 and has a well built but not completely finished weapon and not finished skills is only worth 3. So you need to have your character close to completely built to get to 4, and you need to have 12 characters basically at 4. Like, you can get away with a handful of 3s in there, but you need a huge number of heavily built characters simply in order to get enough buffs to participate in this event to the proper level. And I can't do it. The majority of my roster come out at 2s. So it's basically been rendered a non-event for me. It might as well not exist. Like, if I really wanted to do it, I could push through. I could probably, if I did it over and over again until I got a good combination of occurrences and I didn't get like stun locked by the stun locking enemies that they for some reason decided to include and that kind of thing. Like, if everything went perfectly, I could probably get silver on all the stages and clean up all the primogems. But I would be having no fun while doing it because I'd just be retrying the challenge over and over again just to get a mediocre result. Because it's just designed not to be accessible. Like, you really, really want to get to a point, if you're going to demand that everybody have 2 fully built teams, you should never ask more than 2 fully built teams off of people. Because it's really hard to get 2 fully built teams that keep up with the meta.
I really think they should just limit the stuff that get past that point. Or past the point of even one. Oh, turn your crap when we're done.
I don't know where the guy is. Where is he at? I have like way too many people attacking me to turn anything in. Let's go. Oops, I accidentally hit my flourish button. And now cannot thing. Because I'm in combat. I have marching ants around nearly every one of my buttons and it's all going to go to waste. Oh, lockout point that I haven't got.
Winner.
But yeah, so I was really annoyed at this event, and I know every event doesn't have to be for me specifically, but I felt like this one was this was a bridge too far in my opinion. Maybe the bulk of the player base have grotesque amounts of characters built up, but that just press to doubt on that one. I feel
Yeah.
like this is going to marginalize a lot of people because
Oyo,
most people that play Genshin are casual, in my opinion.
Oyo games in general have a shoe of it takes an insane amount of grinding to any character anywhere close to the ballpark of, like, my Navia took probably a month of dedicated play and consistent resin dumping to get her to the level she's at, and she's still not done. I ain't got artifacts on her yet. Her artifacts are crap.
What, you don't like playing Feast or Famine with the crit meter?
I mean, you've seen what happens when I don't crit.
No, I haven't seen anything actually. You don't see anything.
Yeah, it tickles.
Yeah, people say you shouldn't play Clorinda because her damage is naff because she doesn't do Navia burst, but you know, I don't have these crit problems. I just sustain damage over time, and it's fine.
Yeah, yeah. Whenever I go help Vol with Lutrounce domains, every single time I get 6 bullets, we're just pulling the slot machine. Is what we're doing. Will I high roll the hit? If I do, we're killing this boss really fast and may skip a phase. If I don't, we're in here for the long haul. So I've just started bringing the shuttlecock.
We go inside the whale's belly a second time.
Yeah, like
It's not ideal.
yeah. So I've just been busting the shuttlecock out and letting you deal damage and just take a picture.
But yeah, I really don't think that there could possibly be this much demand for like 3 built teams. I I don't really I don't really think that even if I had heaps of built characters, I don't think it would be fun because I like playing the teams that I enjoy playing. I don't like playing the kludge team that I have to put together.
I can understand people, and I can get in that headspace occasionally where I just want to like there was one event that rolled out that was similar to this when I was in that kind of headspace where that was okay. And now except for the part where I rolled Liney, had to use him. That was awful. But the I can get the team building with characters you don't normally use and trying to both figure them out and cudgel your team together. Okay, I can see how that is enjoyable to some people, but for me at least, I have to be in the headspace for that. I have to be
But you
in the
already
mood for
need
it.
to have 2 other top performing teams on top of that.
Yeah, well, the one I was thinking of specifically, it's one that assigns you random characters, so we didn't have to worry about the building aspect. But in this one, you have the building aspect on top of that, on top of characters you don't normally use. You have to already have them built. So unless you've just been have enough excess resources laying around for characters you don't use, you're just not gonna
Yeah,
have that.
they do supply rental characters. However, they supply 3 rental characters that all do the same thing, which basically means that they're trying to head you towards the same team build for each of the 3 teams, and nobody is going to have enough characters to do that unless they've been playing forever. Meaning that at most, usually you can use 2 of the rental characters.
Yeah. Uh, it, this has been my biggest problem with Oyo games. Just how much they, how long
Like
it takes.
just to give an example, just to make clear what I mean. The there's a for one of them, I think the first stage, the rental characters are Emily, Nahida, and Kole,
Oh, so they
3
want.
off-field Dendro applicators.
Okay, so they want you to do Dendro stuff.
Yes, but that means you need 9 of your own characters that are all for Dendro teams.
Yeah, you know what that
And
means.
one of my teams is designed purely to maximize geo damage.
Yeah, you know what that means. Hope you got that elemental mastery gear.
Well, a lot of the buffs that you can purchase are designed to increase your elemental mastery. But the thing is that you need to have enough highly built characters in order to get enough points to purchase the buffs. Because it actually gives you the buffs. Like, you get more buffs the more built your characters are. If your characters aren't well built, well, you're up shit's creek without a paddle. Enjoy. The entire thing is just designed to marginalize people who don't have well built teams. I just don't understand why you would build an event like that.
I tell you,
Normally, the way games do events like this is, well, you can use your carefully calibrated custom character that you've nurtured yourself, but you won't get any assist from the game if you do so, because it's assumed that you've spent a lot of time building your team yourself. And if you haven't, if you do have to use a kludge team, well, we'll give you a little bit of help to offset the fact that you're using a kludge team. But that's not how it works here. Here, the more carefully built your characters are, the more points you get.
yeah. I don't know. I obviously haven't done the event yet because there's only so much time dedicated that I can dedicate to gameplaying, and good old Genshin has been on the back burner for a while.
But this it's pretty rare for me to start an event and then just decide, you know what, I simply can't be bothered with this because I'm not having fun. I've got a pretty high threshold for frustration before I actually quit all the way from something. And this just made me quit. And didn't take very long either. It took like half an hour. And I was like, you know what? I've just been ranting and raving and getting really upset at this for not letting me do anything that I want to do. That this is definitely not worthwhile. And it's primos. There's a lot of primos for this. There's like probably like 3 or 4 pulls worth of primos, 3 or 4 single pull worth of primos, just for a handful of combat stages. Which, if you had a fully built roster, like if you were one of those people, you would be able to clear this entire thing in probably about 15 minutes. But yeah, it it's just designed in such a way that it's totally not accommodating in any way of anybody who's anything other than totally built. It's very, very frustrating. So yeah, I've basically dropped that.
So it's a well, we could save it for the news section. Covering it now would be best, I think, since it'll feed into a lot of our sessions. I think Koyo stuff, since it makes up most of our weeks, and it'll give some context for some of the stuff we might with the upcoming changes to Genshin.
Right. You had a rather tidy infographic for this. Where is it gone? Here we go.
I can.
But it's in. What are these? What are these letters for ants?
Yeah, if you open it up in browser, you can.
Even at maximum size, it's still letters for ants because it's on my smaller screen. It's on my 24-incher.
Come on, that one group that came through here scaled everything. We just have this one other paladin with us now. That's fine. Just the one zone rando. That's normal. He's not with the Zerg, but he would have suffer with us because of that one mob that came through for one fate and then bailed.
Is that the new optimal strat to just do one fate and keep hopping?
I guess if the instances are all still up, I don't know if Tuliolol is still instancing.
I thought that they'd sort of ended the mass instancing thing, but I guess I could be wrong.
I don't know if they removed him or not. They might have removed him with the last, but I do remember I did not pay much.
They generally keep the specifics of those mechanics quiet in order to try and reduce the number of people openly exploiting them. But if there's one thing that you can't do is keep gamers from exploiting things.
I'm here to tell you that Hunt Train Discord, it knows everything. You cannot stop them from being optimizing the fun out of the video game. Kind of their job.
Oh, you can stop the people who are harmed the most by that behavior. Well, all of the people who don't want to be a part of the Discord, who don't want to take the game that seriously, they'll be grievously harmed by it because they'll be the only ones out of the loop.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a channel somewhere that I have hidden on that Discord. I keep it open for the A rank trains, and I haven't this expansion, but during last expansion, if I needed just a quick burst of tomes and there was a train up, or I would check and see if there was a train up sometime, and just hop on the train. It was okay for that, but they don't just do that.
It's not actually not it doesn't actually work that well for me. I find that there are lots of little ways in which having really shite latency just throws you off a train. You'll be able to stay with it for maybe 2 or 3 stops, and then you'll just fall behind because the lag will build up over time at
Well,
multiple locations, and then
espe-
you're so far behind that you can't catch them again.
if it's a Leviathan bullet train, it doesn't matter how good your latency is.
Well, I
You're
play on
gambling.
Leviathan, so it's always Leviathan.
Oh, I would look for the slower trains.
I don't zone travel. I join trains when they go by, and I stay with them for as long as I can, and then I go and do something else when they leave me behind. But that means that I'm always on Leviathan.
Yeah, I won't join passing trains, especially on Leviathan. That's a proposition. Okay, look. Yeah, it's Leviathan on the Primal Data Center is known for its Leviathan. We don't have bullet speed trains in Leviathan. We have Leviathan speed. It's apparently become such a meme on that Discord that when people want to go as fast as possible on other data centers, they call it Leviathan speed. Now we're still making progress on these fates fairly, but as soon as some extras show up, the mob's back again. Prepare to abandon and go to main scenario roulette.
Anyway, so since you seem to want to talk about it now, was there anything else about that particular niche of that topic that I wanted to mention? I don't think it is. I suppose the thing that The one oh, that beer appears to have been mostly gas. The one thing that I do appreciate about it though is that Genshin uh, has the surveys where they ask event specific questions about what did you like this event? What about this event made you not like it? So when you want to give feedback, you can give feedback, and based on the way, mainly before the topic that we are about to get into, the way other Hoyoverse games have acted suggests that they do take that feedback quite seriously. They do pay attention to it, because if they did not, then the Genshin could never meme, ironically, would never have appeared. Because that was the issue with Genshin that people had, was that it seemed that they just never really paid any attention to feedback and kept doing their own thing, no matter how upset their community got. But that feedback didn't cease to exist, because it appears that it all got taken into account in Star Rail, and then after that in ZZZ, which inherited a lot of the same sorts of quality of life measures that were implemented for the sake of Star Rail. But it looks like Genshin has decided that, okay, we can't be the only ones not cooperating with the new ways. So they've had their big 5.0 stream. I didn't have time to watch most of it before the show. I watched a tiny bit of it, which was mostly lore and story focused, so not about the features. But they announced basically the new 5.0 era of Genshin and the things that they are planning to bring in therein. And we might as well go in the order that you've got them on the infographic here. So, first, every anniversary celebration, they are going to give you a 5-star chooser of what is essentially the classic 7 5-stars.
Yeah, plus Tainari and Dea.
Yeah, so, well, 5 plus Tainari and Dea. Which basically means that I'm probably going to fold to the memes and end up with lots of moaners.
Yeah, I'll probably get it.
I'm not sure. Like, I mean, there's a good argument to get Kitching for exploratory purposes.
Yeah.
But I feel
Ow!
like I don't actually need Kitching mechanically, because
You
it
got
seems
Clorinda.
like there's nothing. It seems like there's nothing Kitching does mechanically in a fight that Clorinda can't adequately do as well.
You already have your hard hitting light or super fast lightning character. You don't catching would fill almost literally the exact same role.
Yeah. So the only measure she has is the ability to hook shot. So
I mean, don't get me
not
wrong, it's
necessarily
handy
the
having
best.
that cheat. I've got good use out of it.
But Mona's got the booty.
Mona do have the booty, and eventually you'll be able to make a meme team if you get her constellations high enough. Maybe I don't actually know the build for the meme team.
If I stick with Genshin for multiple anniversaries. But yeah, so it's not.
Oh, it won't take that long. Mona will keep showing up in the gacha.
That's true. It's not a huge deal from a certain point of view. Like, but it does give people more oomph than they did before.
For
Because
people
there
that
is a
are at the
huge
point in their
difference these
accounts,
days.
yeah, if people that are at the points in their account we were at back in December, this would be a massive deal.
It would. It definitely would.
For those people,
I mean,
this is going to be huge. For us now that we progress past it, it's good, but it's not something we need.
It's not a game changer now, but it is definitely going to be helpful in its own way.
Yeah, like, I'll take another catching.
It's not going to change the way I play the game. I mean, like, I might not need Kitching over Clorinda, but C6 Kitching might be a different story.
I mean,
for people who've got 1 or 2 already.
You know who you need to get. You know who you need to get.
I don't need Chi-Chi.
No, not Chi-Chi. He's your favorite. He beats the game for you. You were so convinced of this. You need to get yourself a Diluc.
I was 120% right too, because for about 3 full patches, he was the only solution to every problem that you needed.
But you can get your own Diluc and see what he does now.
And do what with him?
Well, you can use your ultimate and you can knock the Abyss Mage off the cliff. And the loot. And all the hilichurls around it.
Domains don't drop loot anymore, remember?
No, but when we're adventuring on the hill and I whip the Diluc out and take all your loot for a ride, you can get to experience that in solo play.
I don't really think I need that. If I need to do that, I've got other means of doing it. But yeah, I mean, Diluc is basically the platonic form of a power crept character, because that was his thing, is that he was more powerful than every other character in the game.
Yeah,
And it
big
didn't,
sword and hit
but
big hard.
but what he did in order to do that was be powerful. It was not that his mechanics were good. It was just that he was stronger than everything else. And
Yeah.
if you had him, you made progress 3 or 4 times faster than anybody else in the game. End of story. That was just the reality of the thing. He was a design mistake on 2 ends. Number 1, he had no scaling capability, and number 2, he was just too powerful out of the box.
He actually would cause you to run into a problem later on if you became over reliant on him and built him to go that fast. And
Because you
that
didn't have a team, you just had Diluc.
what would happen is you would get, if you were like I was when Genshin very first came out, and we're just pushing it, see how far you could get it. You would eventually hardwall yourself with Diluc, because there you would get to a point when numbers mattered less than uh, a competent strategy or team or anything with utility, especially as you push through Spiral Abyss a little bit. And so I had eventually hit a wall where I was just like, okay, I cannot get enough stars anymore until I level up the account now. But if I had Venti instead, I could deal with the lack of damage. Like I would take
Because Venti was the opposite. Venti had no upfront power when he came out. It was really, even when he was out, there was nobody hyped for him because he had no raw power. And what people were competing on at that point was raw power per character. But what Venti did was scale indefinitely into the future. Like everything that Venti did back then, he still does now. But the value of Venti changes depending on his surroundings.
yeah. Remember,
He can still make you fly in the overworld, and he can still basically swirl a huge amount of things and control enemies better than virtually anybody else in the game.
yeah, that's so you would wind up hard walled with if you went the Diluc way, and eventually you will get to a point where if you don't super build Diluc and do the mega artifact farming, which Genshin especially back then just did not give you the period end. You would just get hardwalled with Diluc, and you would just have to just stop and incrementally increase the team over a long period of time. Be able to build up a power level where you could then go back to progressing what was then the only forming content, the Spiral Abyss, but also so you could do the hardest world level stuff. So you would just hit, and that wall came around level 60 is when you would smack right into that wall with using Diluc to power through everything.
See, but the thing is that Diluc also distorted the world. Like, late Liyue was calibrated for a Diluc level of power. So if you were like me, and you started at the start of Genshin, you never got any power characters off the gacha, you simply got, tactical characters, then by the time you hit late Liyue, you were in the position where I was in, where I could not adventure in the overworld because I could not kill anything. It was simple as that. Everything was too tough for me.
You were also using Mingwang in the area that decided that geo-immune enemies everywhere was a great idea.
Yeah, but the same thing applied to Dragonspine. And that wasn't full of geo-immune enemies. On the other hand, it was Dragonspine, which virtually everybody hates for obvious reasons. But there was simply the health level of the enemies was too high for the amount of damage that you could put out if you didn't have Diluc. Or you didn't have contemporaneous late Liyue characters like the spear guy.
I think
everybody loves.
Oh yeah, the windy boy that's angsty, the edgy boy.
Yeah, him.
Yeah, but I think Diluc is a better example for Dragonspine because you also needed fire there, a lot of fire there, and Diluc just
But
happened to be fire as well.
The thing is that Diluc did scale into that power level shift that came with the late Liyue characters. Like, there's a lot of sort of absurdly powerful characters started to come out around late Liyue that power crept Diluc in terms of output. But Deluc was able to keep up because his output was bonkers to begin with, when considered as an individual. I'd say probably the main reason that he tailed off was because, as a whole, pyro reactions tailed off. Like, they were pretty much, when Sumeru came out, pyro basically became redundant because Dendro was too powerful. And more or less has remained so to a greater or less extent. There's not really much debating that right now. It's pretty obvious that they're trying to bring pyro back in by way of Dendro, if Emily's design is anything to go by.
Yeah.
But
Oh man, pulling for that shuttlecock on a whim because I liked her character in the Sumeru story was the best idea I ever had.
I hadn't done Sumeru, and I didn't have anything to pull with anyway. So
But you were still
that
stuck in
really
I don't
was.
want to do Inazuma main.
Well,
When
Inazuma sucked.
it did. It was not good. Although, how would you know? You skipped 2 weeks there. Everybody did. What happened?
They
We'll
must
never
have been.
know.
I know what happened. They were under lockdown.
Oh, I meant that. I mean in the actual story. You
Yeah,
spent
so
two
do I.
weeks. You spent 2 weeks with the Resistance.
I also mean this. Oh my goodness, my mouse has just disconnected itself. Come on,
Oh,
there we go.
I hope my controller has enough juice to make it. Bet you it's gonna die on me.
No, I'm pretty sure that one of the commissions must have put everybody in Inazuma under lockdown since nobody did anything for 2 weeks. But yeah. Anyway, so there's going to be freebie 5 stars, or for most of the long time players that will mean constellations, but for a lot of players who are trying to get started, like, that will be a good way to lure people in who either have not been playing for a long time or have not played at all. The offer of being able to just get a 5-star and what that represents tactically is going to be quite good. Like, there aren't a lot of teams that build around Mona, but there are a lot of teams that can be built around Ketching. There are a lot of teams that can be built using Jean. Tainari doesn't see as much use, but he's still a powerful character because he's somewhat recent. Daya is Daya. I'm afraid
Don't pick Daya.
that there's hold on.
Oh wait, you and me might have a reason to pick her though.
Yes, because now all of the people who have a Daya they can't use might eventually be able to turn it into a Daya they can use.
Oh, but then
She's never going to be good, but she might be able to be lifted up to reasonable because of the constellations.
Yeah, because for some reason they decided a 5-star needed C1 in order to turn itself on.
Daya has a huge number of fans, but nobody can target Daya on the banner until now. Means at least once a year, those hardcore Daya fans will be able to get their next constellation for Daya. And I'm sure even Daya is probably a respectable powerhouse once you drag her all the way up to C6.
Possibly. The people that have Daya at C6 are probably you have enough fingers and toes to count them.
But yeah, so it's definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing. Okay, anniversary benefits are basically they're planning to match Star Rail and ZZZ. I suppose that they got their team is probably being hassled in the office or whatever by people putting Genshin could never memes on their cubicles or whatever.
Yeah, so never forget, you get 3 free pulls for 3rd anniversary.
3, get it? 3rd anniversary, 3 pulls. Hi.
And then and this is immediately after Star Rail did, what was it, like 20 free pulls plus ratio?
Yeah. Because 20 free pulls is the standard thing that gets given out on a significant patch from Star Rail. They always give you your 10 golden tickets over the course of a week of logins and your 1600 premium currency to get to be going on with. That's just what they do every time. Everybody looks forward to it. Everybody's hype. Everybody's enthusiastic. Heaps of people get lured into blowing it all on whatever is that patch's banner, which is the point, of course. Like it's one of those things that it's a win-win for everybody, right? Because the players get their free pulls, and the company makes a whole pile of money off of people who are baited into immediately using those free pulls, and then they like want to chase pity.
Yeah,
It's one of those things that's such an easy win for everybody involved that it just beggars belief that people don't do it. And Genshin could never until now.
yeah,
So they're basically planning to. It's been basically proven to them, probably by their metrics people, that look, you guys have been resisting this and resisting this and resisting this, trying to maintain some twisted idea of value to your banners by making them more expensive in terms of time invested to pull on them. But the reality is that Star Rail and ZZZ's numbers prove that you're wrong. It's just better to let people pull and get excited about pulling. End
yeah.
of story.
The if the intro event amount of free currency is anything to go by, from the intro events in ZZ, we're going to be looking at the same tier of stuff for their anniversaries. Finally rolls around.
Yeah, well, the thing is that for Star Rail, this isn't an anniversary thing, and it's not in ZZZ either. This is just a major patch thing.
Oh yeah, they give you at least just with this last patch in 1.1, they gave us like 10 free pulls just because, and then a whole bunch of other minor events worth about probably another 10 or 15 pulls just for the little do nothing events they have while because they spent the last for however long developing the current patch.
Yeah, so it looks like Genshin is planning to adopt that model of rewards, and frankly, with the way their popularity is tailing off, like Genshin just doesn't bring in new people on the regular. Like people aren't hyped for it. Even though Star Rail has been around for over a year, I still see pop up in my recommends feed on YouTube all the time. A YouTuber doing their "I'm finally trying Star Rail" stream.
Yeah, I could have done one of those this week, past couple weeks, but I'm not a degenerate. Streams on YouTube, unless it's the show.
But yeah, they're going to have to take seriously the fact that when you are no longer booming, you need the players you have to feel like their presence there is valued. Because the second they don't feel valued, well, they are a company that is in one of those positions where they are competing with themselves in a lot of ways. They, the three titans that are currently operating in that space, um, with apologies to Honkai Third, um, they are of very different genres, to be sure, but they're still in competition with each other because there is only so much money in that space, and a lot of people like more than one of the games. So they as a company are safe, but the individuals in those teams who make those commercial decisions are not necessarily safe. They still need to make good decisions in order to justify their quarterly performance reports or whatever.
The whole issue with Genshin's particular early on seems like less of a developer issue and more like the Genshin bean counter was not the same bean counter that was at working for Star Rail. And after the dust had settled with ZZZ and Star Rail, the bean counters from those two teams went to the bean counters of Genshin and were like, "Look, you think that you're setting yourself up to make more profit by being real stingy, but look at our metrics. We had the same marketing
Yeah,
budget you did, and you've been around for
yeah,
longer."
I think that they've just seen, like, they probably just were set in their ways, and they're like, no, we've got a plan. We're going to follow through with the plan. Like they're just old crusty accountant who always thinks things have to be done the same way, like some of your customers. That they weren't willing to budge, but eventually that financial argument becomes inarguable. You just have to admit, okay, there's more money sloshing around than we were willing to acknowledge, and that we've just been hedging ourselves out of it by changing the tone of things. Like when people don't have a sense that there is much currency around, they're going to be way more sparing about how they use it. If people have the sense that Prima Gems are just sloshing around generally, they're going to fling them wildly all over the place.
Yeah, like
And when they've got the empty wallet or the nearly empty wallet, then they're going to be keen to spend money, because if they just had a little bit more, they might be able to hit pity.
yeah. So let's reference this by going to back when I was actively playing Genshin. Uh, and you to a lesser extent, though you progressed slower time and didn't pull on it as many banners as I was meticulously uh planning out and skipping banners with no absolutely zero win pulling in Genshin, other than Nahida and me doing the math and going, you know, an Archon. Android team seem really good, and she seems like a power multiplier that's so good that she'll never be replaced. You know, there's a bit of that, but then I got Sumer and I really like the character. I'm like, okay, that's about the closest we got to a win pull. Every other pull when Genshin was my active Hoyo game was thoroughly calculated because there just ain't that many primos going around. You had to be meticulous with that the whole time. Otherwise, you just wouldn't have the gems to get what you wanted for without spending hundreds of
Yeah,
dollars.
I remember you doing the calculations as I've got about this much of a zone left. There are about this many chests in that zone. That means there's about this many Prima Gems. If I invest this much time in exploration and lawn mowing, then I'll be able to pull on this banner.
Yeah, and if I hit the pity here, I'll be good. And then if the Dory disaster doesn't happen, maybe I can pull in the next banner too. Oh wait, the Dory disaster finally happened, and my luck caught up with me. Oh, guess what? Now there's no primos left, and unless I just feel like logging in to turn the game into a job, doing every single event, I am never ever gonna have enough gems again to pull for stuff until
And
more content's released.
from the outside, it did look to me like Prima Gem economy was what actually washed you out of the game.
And yeah, it was. I the ability to when everything finally caught up to me, I gotta kill this. Uh, yeah, and that was basically it because I was meticulously planning everything and had I had kept in my calculations if it all goes south here, will I be able to keep going? Will I be able to live with the team I've got? And the answer would be yes. But the Dory disaster was so bad, so just good lord awful that because I didn't even get Goro. I only got Dories, so I did not build up any backlogs of the 4 stars that were on the banner. I think
They
our
gave out
talk.
for free.
Oh
So.
yeah, your boy Ito came in and deposited him in my inbox for playing a rhythm game later. But that's Ito. That one, Hoyo. As far as I'm concerned, they're independent entities. So one supposedly made the
Event
other.
Archon's power is real.
So and then after that, I was tapped. I had nothing left. And like, well, if I want to pull on anything else now, we're looking at hundreds of dollars. Because as far as the overworld goes, I might be able to build up to one more 50-50 and a half. So one more, we'll round it up and say there's like one more guarantee of worth of primos in the overworld if I thoroughly mow absolutely everything left of the lawn. And then we're just on event economy. And the event economy ain't good.
It is a lot better now than it was.
Yeah.
Like now the event economy has sort of like it has reached star rail levels. Like I could tell that this move was coming down the pike because the events had already followed suit and had started rewarding equivalent to what I would expect from star rail. And I saw this happen while I was playing. Like the first events when I came back did not reward nearly so well. And
Okay.
then after I basically lost interest in Genshin because I remembered how frustrating it was trying to roll on things and went to Star Rail, then they started improving. So I saw things fall into line with Star Rail in real time. So they definitely were making this move.
Yeah. So, and that really did put a damper on my enjoyment of the game, just knowing that I could not work towards putting myself in a position where I could think about building more teams, pulling more characters I was interested in, or the characters I like from the story. Like the roster for Genshin at this point is huge for how long the game's been out now,
It's about
and
86 characters or something like that, if I recall correctly.
yeah, so you're okay with being a little more generous with it now. Like you don't need to keep them all exclusive, especially when the banners are so infrequent and they only roll over every 2 weeks. Like people are gonna be fine. Now if you just do something about oh yep there goes the controller. Wait until after the phase is over. Did it? had a feeling that was going to happen. But yeah, that really really turned me off of continuing my exploits in Genshin. Then after that, I just kind of put it on the back burner and was like, "Yep, I had resigned myself to. I guess I'll just have to wait for more content to come out before I seriously start up about face."
Oh man, I was actually closer to the other one than I was to that one.
Oh, I was still plugging my controller in, so I hadn't moved yet. I hadn't moved far yet, anyway. But so I had just resigned myself to until more content comes out where I can restart the mental spreadsheeting game of figuring out what I can and want to pull for. It's not worth it to try and cobble together teams and whatever I can get together from events because I won't be able to put any time in when I do have time to work towards a goal to set a team. And so active day to day playing is just going to feel less rewarding. So I pretty much resigned Genshin to going back on the back burner for several patches. Uh, and probably I wasn't going to even think about until they announced these changes coming back till Natlan had got quite a bit into it. And several of the zones and landmasses that released because they're just I didn't want to come back and knowing that I'd have to sit there and deal with not having primos out there in the world for me to work towards building up so that I could plan pulls. Like I don't mind spending a little bit of money on these type of games if I'll usually spend equivalent to the amount of enjoyment and time I put into it through some nebulous math that makes sense in my head at the time. But I'm not going to go turbo whale on any of these things. I'll buy the occasional battle pass, and I'll scoop maybe one of the mid tier gym packets these days. Although I did buy a big one way back in the day for Genshin, still had the gems left over from it for some godforsaken reason. Wonder what my plan was.
I've bought big ones for Star Rail, usually because I knew that they were renewing the bonus.
Yeah,
And I wanted to have the hit to buy it while it was on bonus.
yeah,
But yeah. But I mean I actively sink a huge amount of time into Star Rail because it's my favorite of the Hoyo games. So I justify it that way. It's gotten perilously easy to justify since I have been so disgusted at Final Fantasy.
yeah. So
Because no, I sort of always expected that Hoyo games were going to be a between Final Fantasy engagements type of game, but then Final Fantasy shat the bed.
yeah, and then the point I was getting at though is this announcement has done a lot for making me consider going back and poking at Genshin again.
I've
'Cause
got a colossal amount of content still in Genshin to do. Like I haven't cleared any of Sumeru. Like I've done zero of Sumeru's content except for the main storyline. I haven't finished. I've done like 50% of the content in Inazuma only, and I sort of dread the thought of going back there. To be honest, I've done no content in Fontaine apart from the main story. I've done nothing in Chenyu Vale. Like there's heaps of stuff for me to do if I decide to go back there, and a lot of it is quite modern. All the stuff that's not Inazuma is quite modern.
yeah, the people that know me and how I play games, I am not what you would call a mono gamer, but I am like a pogo stick gamer. That I will mono game on one game for a brief amount of time and then hop to another one. I don't do split attention very well at all. So when I focus on a game as my main game, I tend to make quite a bit of progress in it. It'll be the only thing I dump my free time into a current project, video games anyway. So we wound up with me stuck in a hole in Genshin. Actually,
Right. Yeah. So moving on. Anyway, we might circle back depending on the contexts. The next one on the list is capturing radiance has been added to the character banners. So the way I understand this works, and this I don't know how much of this is what they actually said and how much of it is speculation on the precise mechanics. Oh my goodness, I'm being attacked.
I remember to turn your
I can't
crap in,
turn
right?
anything in. I can't. I already told you I'm under attack. It still won't turn in. There we go.
Gonna re-aggro on me.
So the way I understand this works, and I don't know how much of this is what they said and how much of it is speculation based on what they said, but basically, it gives you an extra roll to save yourself when you lose your 50-50. So basically, what will happen is you will get and this is a really, I don't know how much of this is actually real and how much of it is nasty psychological trickery, but what happens is you do your summoning, right? You do your wish, and you'll see the golden glow, right? And if you then see a different graphic, which looks a lot like the intertwined fate coalescing around the golden glow, it means you were actually headed for a loss on your 50-50, and this 10% chance to save you from the loss procced, and you will get the banner character instead. And the consolidated rate is 55%. So it's now a 55-45 instead of a 50-50.
That is much more manageable. It sounds like it's not a lot.
It's not going to make a blind bit of difference in practice.
But
because I always lose 50-50s.
It's gonna be it's still gonna feel better when you do have it save you that one time. You'll be like,
but that's why I said I don't know how much of this is real and how much of it is nasty psychological trickery. Because you won't know that you were about to fail your 50-50 unless this graphic shows, and then you won't have failed it. I mean, if you don't see any graphic, then you could be headed for a win, or you could be headed for actually failing your 50-50, or your 55-45. So realistically, it is strictly speaking an improvement to your odds of pulling the character that you want. That is the statistical truth, and we know that it's statistical truth because the penalties in China for lying about what is in your gacha are unbelievably stiff, and you don't want to be on the wrong side of them.
yeah, the Chinese laws, the way they're set up, meant that even on the international servers for Idolmaster, or not international, but the Japanese servers for Idolmaster, they had to for the Cinderella Girls game, there was a character who had a version of her come out that was just her in a very simple outfit. It was just like headphones and study time or something. But it was a 5-star gotcha equipped character. And but because they forgot to put the clause at the bottom that stipulated specific language that was not necessary by Japan, I found out, but was necessary for China, they could not rerun that character because you had to word in the Chinese text specifically a very specific way of saying that this character may come up again in future banners and is not necessarily exclusive to this for now. Like the banner may come back. Basically, you have to have that text somewhere. That's how picky the laws are over there. You're not allowed to screw with rates or even the disclaimer text. This was a total tangent that I did while I was trying to sort some other thoughts in my head out. You can continue.
Where are you going?
Oh, there's follow up.
Why you abandoned me? I was surrounded by bikes. We'll pull away so as not to die. My tank is left.
I just decided to go pay a visit to the busted old shack. Yeah, I was looking at the infographic and trying to sort some thoughts there, so I just teleported away and now I'm coming back.
So toast. I'm so fucking toast.
Yeah. Oh, there is one bit of Final Fantasy news that I forgot about when I targeted myself. Um, did change the clan tag.
The sheep.
Well, knee was starting to drive me nuts because I got to thinking about it. Like everybody reads that knee, and I just put it in there as a placeholder, and I haven't been able to think of anything else. And Grand Blue's about to start back up, so sheep are on the brain again. So yeah,
Anyway, so yeah, so we've got capturing radiance now to improve our odds, if only a little. It's better than a kick in the backside. Um, epitomized path has been improved. Well, it would be more accurate to say that epitomized path is now essentially, if it were, I think it's actually now slightly better than the way it's done in Star Rail and ZZZ, because the way the banner is structured, like in Star Rail, you have two signature light cone banners, whereas in Genshin you only have one, meaning that when you are rolling for a signature weapon, the other signature weapon is also on that banner. So now not only do they have an improved pity, because you only need to have one fate point in order to guarantee that your next one is the one you desire, which should have always been the case, and it was insane that it wasn't. Um, in addition to that, on the weapon banner, you now have the chance to get another powerful signature weapon. Now, this is a sort of a mixed blessing, I suppose, because as time has gone on, signature weapons have got more and more and more specific to the character that they are intended, so to speak, to be used on. But some of them are still good outside of that, so it will still be of some benefit to have the extra signature weapon on there. So yeah, basically, all in all, it's a significant improvement. And my biggest resistance to rolling on the weapon banners was always that, well, you need a ridiculous amount of quartz to guarantee you're going to get what you want, and the investment, the return on investment for weapons is already worse than for characters. So yeah, it never really made much sense to use weapon banners in the past unless you had a egregious amount um of spare primogems, or you were betting the farm on a particular character and needed to maximize them. So yeah, this is a very significant improvement over the previous version, but largely because the previous version was so incredibly bad.
yeah, yeah, pretty much. There was no saving that previous version. Like it's a gosh dang miracle I got the Navia weapon.
Didn't you get it twice?
I don't think I have it at second star. No, I got a second Wolf's Gravestone.
Oh, okay. Still one of the weapons of all time.
Yep.
Unlike its master Diluc, it did not get scaled out of existence. It's still pretty boss.
Yeah, you can cram that thing on just about any Claymore user that just needs to hit things really good, and it'll do work.
It's convenient because I'm pretty sure that the Pyro Archon's a Claymore user. But yeah, so number 5, version 5.0 artifact related optimizations. So you can now convert artifacts into artifact XP materials. Thank the heavens.
Good gravy. Do you have any idea how many of those godforsaken EXP, or just not EXP, the stupid HP Healy set I have just sitting in my bank or my inventory, clogging it up because I just don't want to clean it out after running that place a gajillion times and still not getting Navia set?
See, the artifact design I feel is just not awesome as a general rule in uh Genshin compared to say Star Rail. Like what I find generally in Star Rail is every time I scrap a piece because I feel like its primary stat is just totally inappropriate for the set, they will shortly announce a character where that is actually the perfect combination for them, and I kick myself if I was hoping to roll on them.
I do my level best to just not think about any piece of gear I scrap after.
But the thing is that they have put together all sorts of wonky combinations, like Lingsha, for instance, that I'm planning to roll on because she's cute, is a healer, a pyro, not pyro, fire, I guess. She's a fire healer that scales off of primarily attack but secondarily break, which means that you can basically use both offensive and defensive gear on her. You can build her for break, you can build her for healing, you could build her entirely with attack stats and attack sets, but using increased healing output primary stats. Like all of the wonky pieces for healers work on her for some reason, because she's just built with different scaling in mind. In the
Built
case
different.
of Genshin's artifacts, a lot of them have really hyper specific set bonuses that simply can't possibly be used by, say, a healer or whatever. So anything which emphasizes healing is simply not going to be useful. End of story. You'd have to come up with an unbelievably off-base character design in order to make use of that. So a lot of that stuff, they're just dead pulls. So you've got, 1,800 artifacts rotting in your inventory that you can't do anything with.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did not realize that you could not turn artifacts into grist because I never had to before. When I went back from Star Rail to Genshin, I was looking for the button to do that, and then I realized it didn't exist, which didn't make any sense to me whatsoever, because a lot of that stuff is just dross that clutters your inventory up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm very happy to see them finally allow you to compress all of that crap into just raw EXP items. So they are also introducing another sort of like rare / premium, I guess, probably. That although they didn't say as much, it sounds like the sort of thing that they would make premium, but maybe not, depending on what they want to do about legislation and buying power and that type of thing. They're introducing sanctifying elixirs, which are something that you can procure in the game that allows you to modify an existing artifact to replace its primary stats and 2 of its secondary stats. I expect that they will still want to add an RNG element in there, so it probably doesn't allow you to select stats to replace, but rather will regenerate the artifact with 2 of them preset. We have a similar system in Star Rail that is less powerful, that allows you to turn ground down max rarity artifacts into ones where you chose the primary stat. So such a system does already exist in Star Rail, but it's not quite as powerful as this, since you don't have any influence over the secondary stats. But yeah, what remains to be seen is how easy it will be to acquire these items, because this will be the sort of item that will be at a premium when you're trying to jumpstart a new team build, and you just need to have a character up and running in order to make it all tick.
Usually when you get a new driver.
Yeah. Or it could also be if you got an off-field that happens to have all of the mechanics backloaded into it.
Oh, maybe I can finally get my Nahida some gear.
Maybe. Your Nahida seems to be kind of cursed. Okay, moving on. The next one on the list is that they're increasing from now on, they said, apparently. They're increasing the amount of rewards for doing Archon quests, so there's going to be sort of like a time-limited duration, although they didn't specify whether it was like the length of a patch or whether it was like the length of a week, where completing the Archon quest for the new patch is going to give you 500 Primogems. So a modestly improved Primogem reward. More Primogems is always good.
Something for staying current with the patches and.
It's sort of, well, from what I've heard, they're also going to let people jumpstart to a certain extent for Natlan. I don't know how they're planning on doing that, but it's something I heard. But yeah, the reward is not necessarily princely, but it's always nice to have a bit more. And what it shows is that they are properly adopting that right way of thinking of Primogems as an incentive to participate in the game's functions as a whole, rather than just using Primogems as a currency reward. Because you drive player behavior by what you do with your Primogems. It's as simple as that. You can't just treat it as like, well, this is like giving Mora, and it's worth more than Mora, so we can't give too much. That's too simplified way of looking at it. Your players, much of your player base, if not most of your player base, that are long term, will base their actions around Primogems. When you want people to do something, you offer Primogems, and you can offer something where Primogems are not enough, but generally speaking, if you want people to do things in a certain way, you do Primogems. And frankly, for most people that play Genshin, Archon quests keep them engaged with the game because it gives them a sense of motion for the world as a whole. Because the world doesn't really change very much, generally speaking, but the movement of the plot within it does give us the environment a sense of life, and in order to keep people engaged with it, that's kind of necessary. And also, it does take forever to do Archon quests. Like, you spend a lot of time engaged with it, and I do, even though I value the experience itself primarily, being that I play Genshin almost purely for the story, it did feel a little bit jarring to get to the end of, like, 5 or 6 hours of straight engagement, like playing a good chunk of an Archon quest all day, and then the reward 60 Primogems. So that's felt kind of weird. Like, spending 3.5 minutes doing an event would get me the same amount of Primogems as that 6 hours did. So weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, they are basically making any statue of the seven. Now, to preface this, because there's heaps of misinformation going around about this, the stamina cap is still going to be the same, but they are allowing you to do the stamina increase process at any of the nation's statues of the seven.
Basically, you don't have leeway, and Mondstadt will not be the. You won't have to 100% them before moving on, basically.
Which is currently obligatory.
Yeah, well, I guess you could get away with a lower stamina bar, but you're shooting yourself in the foot.
You would regret it deeply, especially if you try to do Dragon Spine.
So they're making it so you can just any chunk of Culis's you turn into a statue will move you towards that cap instead of only the leeway and Mondstadt. But once you hit that cap, which is still the old cap, you won't be able to get any more.
In addition, they're increasing the amount of Primogems that get rewarded from statues of the seven going forward to 1600. So it's a little bit less trivial than it was. Considering how much work it is to gather Culises, you would think that they could have afforded a little bit more, but they were always pretty stingy in the past, and it looks like they're rethinking that.
Okay, you just summon Ari and do Ari Lawnmow powers activate. Lawnmow and powers activate. Although my lawn mowing powers are not enough to get me all the Culises in Sumeru. Holy crap, that place is huge. Why does it have 3 layers?
Generally speaking, they are going to be doing a broader sort of increase in the amount of rewards that you get for doing stuff in the new zone. It's not going to be quite so stingy. Like, when you do stuff, you're just going to get more Primogems than they were. Basically, they're doing a stimulus package to the Primogem economy. They're just injecting a lot more into it. And the same applies to, like, character quests in that. Those are also going to have Primogem bonuses if you do them when they're fresh. Which, honestly, I haven't been doing. I've been letting them rot for extended periods of time because it's like, well, it's always going to be there. I'll get around to it eventually. But I might be able to be baited into it with a little bit of extra Primogems to sweeten the deal.
Well, yeah, if you can get enough to kick you over the yeah, just having a little bit of extra reward to push you over for okay, yeah, that'll get me another 10 pull. That'll give me another half 10 pull. If I do this, okay, that's chunkable progress on X character that I want. That kind of thing does a lot for getting people to go back and actually finish their llama win, get them engaged with the game. Because at the end of the day, the game is ultimate reward system is built around getting new characters, and those require Primogems. You can't try new styles of play. Can't look at cute new waifus. Can't count how many ribbons are on their dresses unless you can pull them out of the gacha.
And the gacha is a harsh mistress, famously so.
Oh, as far as I'm concerned, the gacha, the last I had, I emptied it of dories, so everybody should be safe from that at least.
No, I've continued to pull dories on the regular. There's been no shortage of dories for me. Unfortunately.
I'll take pretty much any other 4-star but Dory. Dory.
Right, so they've made some amendments to the battle pass. Basically, when you do your battle pass, you can select 3 out of 4 rewards. Basically, you can either you can pick out of Mora, Mystic Enhancement, or Adventures Experience and Sanctifying Unctions, and you pick 3 out of those 4 to be emphasized by your battle pass. So basically, this is for people who, for instance, they're drowning in Mora, they just don't want more Mora because they don't have any characters to level up or any trait or skills to improve, so Mora's just wasted on them. They can pick something else. Or they've just got no weapons to level up, but they need the other 3, then they can pick those. Or, basically it gives you a little bit of control over the weighting on your rewards. And also, you're not going to have particular talent level up materials forced down your throat either. You'll be able to pick which ones you use.
Yeah, that's a big one, I think. Because unless you're leveling a Sumeru or a Fontaine character at the time, your choices usually leave you kind of hosed right now.
Yeah. And I mean, nobody's going to be pulling new ones right now for the most part. They're all going to be holding their horses for characters that are going to be coming down the line in Natland, if the aesthetics of those are appealing to them, and also because they keep the way they've been talking. It seems to me like the new characters, not only are they going to power creep the crap out of the old characters in various ways, but there's going to be a lot of traversal mechanics associated specifically with characters, which makes me very concerned that other characters are just going to be useless in Natland.
Well, I mean, Jeff can already just straight up fly. NT. So I'm wondering how they'll push that into one-upping literal flight. If people are saying the traversal mechanics will be that serious on the characters.
When you say you're going to talk, when you're talking about Jeff, you could be talking about anybody. You call everybody Jeff.
The one I literally was allowed to rename Jeff.
Oh, that Jeff. No, he can't literally fly. Like that's overselling it pretty dramatically. Especially considering it looks like these characters literally can fly. Like the ones they've been played the cards pretty close to their chest, in terms of what they've been willing to reveal about particular characters and their particular abilities. But what we have seen is the Geo 4-star can essentially traverse vertical surfaces without much effort. The Dendro one can. It seems, based on what they've shown, that the Dendro character can Spooderman when there's no Spooderman points to Spooderman 2. He can just sort of freely Spooderman. And the water one has even more free water movement than Farina does. And Farina literally can just walk on water indefinitely. So yeah, I'm really not sure exactly how they can keep that balanced with the fact that there is going to be people that don't have these characters because they're basically ushering in a generation of zone design wherein geography functionally doesn't matter. And I have no idea how you can do that and still maintain a rational design system.
Maybe they just realized nobody wants to do Dragon Spine. We'll just Spider-Man it out. Maybe they have him show up as a guest character for the tease him for an older zone. Spider-Man your way through Dragon Spine. You can imagine how much easier that place would be. Much less of a pain in the butt.
Not much less of a pain in the butt because there's heaps and heaps and heaps of invisible walls in Dragon Spine where Paimon will just tell you no
Oh, that's right.
and then teleport you somewhere else because Paimon.
Paimon's particularly aggressive in that zone.
Like there's heaps of places that you can just climb directly to, but Paimon will just stop you and say no.
That's right.
Find
Just,
another way to do it. I don't know why you were so sympathetic to Dragon Spine. I found nothing but hatred from that geography. Like it is the mountain that hates. But yeah, so the amount of traversal mechanics that they have been teasing suggests to me that basically Netland characters are going to be a breed of their own. And from what the leakers have been saying, the sort of characteristic mechanics that they're toying with as the sort of uh, thread of continuity between character designs of different Netland characters are going to be like really, really numerically powerful. Not going to the arrow. We're just gonna let the arrow disappear.
oh,
Okay.
okay. We can go the arrow one. Not
But
really.
you don't. You might not be collecting EXP, but I'm still collecting EXP.
I'm not really looking at for specific stuff on the map. Just the nearest fate. So because I got one eye on the check on the infographic.
But yeah. Moving on. World level 9 available to people who are not me. I can't get world level 9 because my adventure level's not high enough because you still need an absolutely colossal amount of
A truly comical
adventure
amount,
XP
honestly.
to go up each level. So it's still a long, literally months of grind left for me before I can get to world level 9. I'm very curious as to what the actual improvements are going to be. Because if it's trivial, then I mean, it's not really going to be worth making a song and dance about it, right? But if it's significant, then it's really not going to be fair on people who can't get there because the sheer amount of time is just so long. Like the only way that I could get there before 5.0 is if I sat down and decided I was going to do nothing but spend my time clearing all of the content that I had missed.
Yeah, it would take some seriously monogamer dedicated time to pull that off.
Because the amount of EXP you need is phenomenally high. It's nothing like as fast as maxing out your Trailblaze level or anything like that.
Yeah,
It's way faster.
I'm still in overflow.
Well, I mean, you backlogged a lot of EXP.
I know. I can go all the way to 60 if I was to turn in right now and still have probably up to 65 or 66 left over.
Yeah, but would you regret doing so?
Yes. Because like in all these games, you are capped on your progress when you first get back into them or start them. If you don't already have a bit of a built up head start, by the weekly boss kill count.
Not only that, like when the new story came out, when Penacony had just come out, I was getting absolutely shreked left and right by regular fights because I had advanced my equilibrium level too high.
Yeah, I in Star Rail I functionally have about 5 or 6 characters that are turned on by their from their traces. I have to get to the end of the Zhenjiao Lofu, I think.
Let's just do a quick gemstone count. I'm at 1250.
I am probably getting close to cap. I don't know why I pulled this thing. bringing a B rank.
Why would you do this?
He looked lonely.
But yeah, so as nice as that as it might be, I don't think that don't think it's going to matter to me because I won't be able to access it, at least not for a while.
Yeah,
I mean, it does generally come with an improvement to drop rates, and it's true that a lot of overworld monsters are relatively trivial once you've got a built team in the current power level. But I don't know if it'll stay that way. It depends on what the power level of Natland monsters is going to be like.
you
Like
might.
if it's scaled on the assumption that everybody has modern characters rather than 1.0 characters, it could get kind of rough.
Yeah, if by the time you get, I'm still I think at your adventure level. Like I've been 56 since I came back to the game, pretty much. Like if I wasn't there when I started, I got there pretty quick, and then it just stopped.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where I'm at, but I remember looking at it and thinking, "Nah, I'm not that level. That's not going to happen."
Yeah, so
Um,
you'll have time to find a shuttlecock in the upcoming gacha banners before you get there. At the rate it's going to take you to level that up. In fact, the rate it's going to take anybody to level that up. Everybody can dig a shuttlecock out by that point.
you probably dig an Aloy out by that point. My goodness.
Yeah, but how's Aloy going to
Um,
help you at world level 9? Maybe.
he's not.
Yeah.
That's not really the point. But man, talk about your pulling the short straw on crossover events. My goodness.
You know, we probably have Aloy to thank for why the crossover is not in Genshin. Dawntrail instead.
Well, Honkai got Evangelion, I think it was, and Star Rail got Fate. It's and Genshin has two crossovers, to be specific. They have Horizon Zero Dawn and Duolingo.
Oh, what's the Duolingo one?
I don't know. I don't even know if it was done in the Western territories, but I do remember they did announce a Duolingo crossover once upon a time. What a cloud ass crossover!
Oh, they had the KFC one too, if you would count that.
Oh, it was super, super, super limited. It's like the most desired glider in the game.
Yeah, didn't the Chinese government have to shut down KFCs because the lines were becoming a public health hazard or something?
I don't remember.
I,
It was
I
a
I
long time ago.
I do recall something like that making the general gaming news at the time and making fun of it.
People offering you that glider is also a popular scam because it's such in such high demand, but
Like
it's very hard to get it because
it's
there's basically no codes around anymore.
it's like my PAX Twisted Fate in League of Legends that I got from Kenton.
Anyway, they're giving regional specialty tracking to everybody. I mean, yes, that's beneficial, but doesn't that just mean there's a bunch of characters who have short shrift on their character abilities? Or maybe what they mean is that they're going to allow you to sort of add rough regions to the map of where they can be found. It's not really clear, but a lot of characters have their adventurer skill slot occupied by regional specialty tracking, and if they're just giving it to everybody, that doesn't really seem that fair.
Yeah, and regional specialty tracking is nice when you're on, the first like week of getting a new character and you need to do the rounds. But after you've done the rounds a few times, you've got enough junk for that character.
Anyway, next one, the drop rates for materials of specific opponents will be increased,
They
including some of our best friends,
the
the Spectre,
Spectre, the handguards, the
yeah.
you needed Abyss Mage stuff for somebody, didn't you?
Yes, I do need Abyss Mage for that stuff, but more than that, I need Ruin Guard stuff.
Yeah, I think they're on the list too to get their stuff jacked. A whole bunch of enemies that just have not as many as you would think mobs chilling out in the world and don't drop nearly enough for the amount that are out there are getting their drop rate jacked. So that'll be very
Nobody
helpful.
knows by how much, but hopefully it's by enough to make a difference.
If it's by
Because I'm sure that they've been receiving complaints about the sodding handguards for the longest time. Because I feel like those ones are the most disproportionately low.
yeah, because you will often get a single gray handguard drop from about every other one you kill.
And the ruin guards, like the ruin guards, usually have quite good number of drops per mob, but you just can't farm them. There's not enough of them.
Yeah, trying to get that.
Yeah, so that will hopefully, depending on the amount that they improve it, will help the situation noticeably.
A 10% increase to handguard drops or drop quality chance would be just so much better. That would cut a week off of farming time.
I'm hoping for more like 200%, but
It,
you do you.
I mean, I'll take anything. Just so if we have specters again, oh goodness, that was awful.
Like, Yaimiko is quite possibly my most used character in the game, but her skills are still shite. And the simple reason is because I can't be bothered farming that many handguards.
Yeah, and now that we know this is coming, we're gonna put that project on the back burner. Mine ain't great on handguards. I'm pretty stuck on the handguard train too. I just that thing.
Trick material.
But yeah, that's very good. And it's only those like specific items that were on the list because there's some things like it's a little annoying to farm the sea animals, but you can make that a project and do it.
I mean, there's a couple of ways to take things like this. It's like, it could be that they just wanted to wait until a point O to drop all of this stuff as a sort of like to get people super hyped because they can see how much quality of life is coming down the pipeline and they're just really excited about it because, oh, look at all the things that are going to get better, etc., etc. But a lot of these things are also like, why didn't you deploy this before? It can't be that hard to change the drop rate on handguards, really. Why has it taken so long when it's been such a bugbear for so many people for such a long time? Why did you take so long to fix this?
Well, they did put out Yaimiko and what's her face, the other Chiori, right next to each other on the banner list. So and that was handguards and then specters. So maybe because they did that double drop like that, and it had been a while since Inazuma happened, that they
There's a
suddenly,
flood of new complaints.
yeah, they because I know I was on that train. I got both of them, and they needed both of them. I still haven't finished the Spectre grind either, and I ain't planning on even attempting to make progress until the patch drops now.
I'm glad I never farmed specters.
It's
Uh,
the worst grind I've done in the game. There's nothing in the game that's felt more like work than grinding specters.
right. The last couple are Stellar Reunion is upgraded. Not really of interest to us, but when you're returning to the game after a long period of time, they've added an additional 10 intertwined fates to sweeten the deal. Number one, you basically this is obligatory. Like, the fact that it's been so long since they've made changes to the system is kind of conspicuous because basically FGO reviews this like every 6 to 12 months, and they increase the amount of whatchamacallits, their prima gems. What are they called again?
Think quartz.
Saint Quartz, yeah. I've got so many different premium currencies floating around my head now. The they increase the amount of Saint Quartz awarded to returners regularly. like really regularly, because they've got a concrete understanding that it gets harder and harder to catch up, and you need to have a stronger and stronger incentive to get people to join the longer the game goes on. This is reality. It just is. There's no arguing with it. So yeah, it's definitely something they needed to do, even if it doesn't affect me particularly. It is just necessary. It's flatly necessary.
Oh wow, we've actually made good progress.
And
With
we
the,
haven't really been paying attention.
I haven't either, but yeah, we only got. I've only got 18 more to go.
I spent no time in the zone, so where are we at? That's the Tempest. That's not what I'm looking for. I have 20 more to go,
So I had to.
and I have space for less than 150 gemstones.
You will overcap slightly if you hold them all, but overcapping slightly. Really min max your gemstone economy that bad.
I just need to be able to buy whatever is at the next whatever.
The final tier big stuff.
I've never finished the fake grind before, so I have no idea what you even get from capital vendors.
Uh, they'll have bardings, music scrolls,
Lol bardings.
pets, stuff, tokens you can get for amount, but you need a truly absurd number of them, well beyond what we'll have here. All these trains that you're seeing going around, all these people have finished the shared fate grind. They're doing it to get bicolor gemstones so they can get the tokens you need for the mount, because you can sell the tokens on the auction house, or you can just sell the whole mount for millions and millions and millions, like 50 plus million.
But
Grind
they're
was so
all
long.
working together collectively to do it. So aren't they all helping each other reduce the amount of money that it's worth?
Yeah, but it's not as bad because not everybody is going to make it to the end of the grind and complete a whole mount. And furthermore, what they usually do is they data center travel. They hop between, or not data center. They world travel within their data center, so that ground out mega batch gets spread amongst the other all the servers. They don't cut as hard into each other's profits. Yeah, after we got hit by it the
Anyway,
first time, I went and looked this up, and it's a whole racket.
I see. Anyway, last thing on the list, although there are probably plenty of other smaller ones that don't make the grade, the Archon quests in Netland are going to be able to be jumped to when you've basically hit Adventure rank 28 and done Leeway. This seems pretty dubious in a lot of ways. Like, surely the continuous story is the whole thing.
I,
And
I could understand a
I,
skipping Azuma button.
I can understand a skipping Izuma button. I guess they just don't want to do something as conspicuous as skip Izuma. Whatchamacallit? But you wouldn't want to skip Sumeru and Fontaine. I enjoyed both of those stories very much.
I like Sumeru a lot. I thought Fontaine was pretty good. I don't regret spending time with either of those stories. I really, really did like Sumeru. But I think you like Fontaine a bit better. Of
I
the two.
liked Fontaine better.
But
It wasn't by very much, but I did like Fontaine better.
but yeah. So yeah, going through those seems like something that's worth going through. And like I don't know who would play Genshin
There are
without the
people
story to
who
look
pay
forward to.
money to skip the story in FF,
I know they
so that
exist.
they can get to work Lamau faster that way.
I mean, anytime I have put a story off in an MMO game style game or a big adventure game, it's always with the intention to come back to it. But the thing is, in Genshin, there is no going back to it. You can't go rewatch the cutscenes later.
Every time that there's a freaking survey in the free text section for both for Star Rail and for Genshin, I always put, "Can you please add a mode that allows me to re-experience the main storyline?"
Oh, I put in there. Can you please put in a cutscene archive?
I would rather do the go through the effort of playing the whole lot, because I can't establish continuity when I just watch cutscenes. That's why I'm more interested in redoing the whole story for Final Fantasy than just watching the cutscenes in the journal, because I can't establish continuity, and there's a lot of times there's stuff missing that you don't realize wasn't in a cutscene, and
Yeah,
then you go through it and you're like, I'm sure I remember more to this, but it was because it happened in game stuff rather than in a cutscene, and you've just forgotten that that was the context.
like I distinctly remember. I think you had to remind me about it because I had forgot at one point. But I did to get the roulettes and stuff unlocked. Skip a bit of a Realm Reborn story near the back half of it, so that I could get the daily roulettes and stuff unlocked. And but I when I before I moved on to the chunk of like Praetorium onwards, I went back and I rewatched all the cutscenes, and there wasn't a whole lot of gameplay in there that you needed to weave it together. Really,
Sometimes you need to kill Titan 4 times and then return to the Waking Sand.
so that worked out okay for me. But I know there are some people that just skip it in its entirety with no intention of ever going back. But man, in Genshin, I guess if you really just like the exploring and you plan to drop it immediately, but even then, you're giving up 3 zones worth of exploration. Why would you do that? Maybe they just believe in their marketing team that hard.
Well, I mean, Natlan does look like a very, very different aesthetic in a lot of ways. It almost looks like a totally different game. So, I mean, maybe they think that there's going to be a different demographic that are brought in by that.
Possibly. How hard is this fight?
Hard enough to kill me.
It slightly over a tickle for a tank. I'm a tank. One of the 2 tanks that has crazy self healing.
Oh my goodness me.
Oh, this
That feel
good.
when PB AoE. That feel when PB AoE.
What are AoEs?
Yeah, that's the quick summary of the things that are, well, quick by our definition of quick, of the things that have been showcased for the upcoming 5.0. I'm modestly excited about it. I'm more excited about Star Rail stuff because I'm more engaged in that story right now in that world and those characters. Um, but I'm still interested to see what they do with Natland, even though the aesthetic absolutely doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. Like, I'm too old for Roblox. I'm sorry.
I have not looked at anything for it because until these announcements of them correcting a lot of Genshin shoes and its reward system, I was really willing to put that game on the bench.
Until this round of acknowledging that they were actually cut deeply by Genshin could never.
Yeah, like it wasn't vocalized so much at the time.
This is how you get Hoyo to actually do something, right? Like those disgusting, uh, bizarre flesh maggot liberals in the United States who thought that they were going to boycott Hoyoverse to make them make all the characters in Natland black or whatever. Not a single peep. Zero acknowledgement. Some voice actors fired. By contrast, Genshin could never, Genshin could never, Genshin could never. Including from the community team for Star Rail, also Genshin could never ing every time something cool was announced. Like that apparently cut.
Yeah, the traditional meme mocking has always had a level of unique power to it that, when wielded consistently for long enough time and allowed to breathe and then resurface occasionally if it starts overplaying, has a way of just getting to people. Like we saw this when we memed a president in the office.
There were some salty chaps in that regard, I must say. But yeah, it's I'm glad that they listened to some feedback for once. It's good to see that that can still happen in the real world. Um, I'm glad that they didn't listen to certain feedback, which is not useful to anybody, and everybody hates those people. So good on Hoyo for not listening to them. You know that any Western developer would have caved immediately, right?
Yeah, but it helped that what the specific change they were asking for with their flavor of woke garbage for this one is just completely unpalatable to the Chinese.
Yeah, it's like they don't they aren't really much one for political correctness at the best of times. And they're certainly not going to do it on the behalf of a bunch of people who are of a class of individuals that they find contemptible in the service of the delusional idea that they are helping some group of people who they also have no respect for. Like, this was never going to go their way. And I'm sort of astonished that anybody thought that there was another outcome that was even possible.
Like, I'm sure these poor delusional little troglodytes on Twitter don't want to think about it, but China is probably the single most racist country in the world in
I
every
don't, I
definition of
don't,
that world. That word.
I don't think that that's true. I think that China is sort of actually in the median point.
Well,
Like, there's the thing that people don't seem to understand is that the only places in the world who have the public attitude towards race that we are accustomed to in the West are Western Anglophone countries. And I must emphasize Western Anglophone countries. This is not something that's common to the West generally. There are a number of non-Anglophone countries in the West that also have this point of view, but it is by no means the mainstream view.
the
Like, it's only these cosmopolitan Western countries where this is the main way of thinking about things. Thinking that your particular ethnic grouping deserves to be treated superior to all the others is the most common way of thinking among humanity.
did you so what you know is double hilarious with these type of people? The uh thing they will espouse as the ideal culture that's going to of peace, harmony, and the melting pot and all that. You had that and you called it the most racist area in the United States for my entire lifetime until finally you infected Atlanta enough to undo all the natural progress that had been made, just from people living and developing a culture in an area.
Well,
You
it's
have,
because it's not sincere. That's not a sincerely held viewpoint that they have.
yeah,
They only want power. It's just about power, not about anything else.
yeah, but I mean the common grunt, the common Twitter poster that
A
doesn't,
useful idiot.
yeah, that's the type of individual I'm thinking of.
Yeah, well, I
The,
mean, they don't have thoughts of their own to begin with. Like, they don't see themselves as doing anything specific. They see themselves as part of the movement, as it were. The goals and motivations are totally beyond them. They are not interested in any of that stuff. They can't even understand any of that stuff.
yeah,
Their
about
only concern is to be seen to be being the right kind of person in the right place.
yeah,
Like, all of these people would have joined the National Socialist German Workers' Party in a New York minute if they'd been in that country at that time, because they're just following their political elite zeitgeist.
yeah,
They
but
have no thoughts of their own.
their supposed utopia of you know everybody treating each other the same regardless of race. There is one location I can think of on planet Earth where that is pretty much how it happened, because at this point the generations have all lived here together and been forced to integrate, and that's South Georgia, Panhandle, rural sticks, and Alabama, those areas that you think are just the worst of the world. The places you won't
Wait,
acknowledge have exactly what you purported to want this whole time.
look, the Scots still hate the English, and they've been living together for ages. I mean, sure, it's more sort of bent hatred now, but they still don't get along. The Northern Irish and the Republican Irish also don't get along. Like these conflicts continue forever. The only reason that they didn't in the United States is because the United States is a joke of a country. It's an infant.
Well,
It barely qualifies as a nation at all. So there's nothing to tie anybody down. Everybody is displaced.
well, the thing specifically with the rural South and the areas that these people hate, and why we managed to pretty well integrate before the era of Gibbs and super stoked racism again happening by the media by these same idiots. The reason it managed to kind of accidentally work is because the South kind of when you come to the South in the U.S., we have built ourselves our own culture, or we had before they really have done everything they can to come in and destroy it. That people just kind of naturally integrated with because it was about the area. It was about the style of living you had to do here to make it. Because until very recently,
I think I think that it's actually more about the Yanks because there was an other
yeah,
who was other to the both of you.
yeah, there was the carpetbaggers that gave us a common enemy that helped speed the process along and artificially boost it. That is true.
Because I mean, you can see that in Europe now, right? Like the French support the English and the English support the French, even though the French and the English hate each other. Their attitude is no, no, no. They're my enemies. Nobody else is allowed to have them as their enemy. We need to get rid of all the Africans so that the French and the English can go back to hating each other in peace.
Yeah. So the invasion of the Yanks into our culture down here is what has broken it, and really not just the Yank the people, the Yank ideas that have come in that just aren't palatable with typical Southern culture that you find in media, which is actually more accurate than you would think when portrayed honestly. But your happy everybody gets along moment down here. The problem was that to facilitate that, you needed a Christian environment in an area of the world that ain't exactly the most educated.
Well, you also need not to have Lyndon B. Johnson.
Yeah, that's what I.
Like I'm pretty sure that his entire mission was to break the whole thing up.
Yeah, it could not allow this.
There's too much power being wasted there in
Yeah,
that context.
in his case, he is definitely one of the worst things to ever happen to people in general. Just all races, but especially the ones he got stuck on the handout train. Just, that man. Oh, he got proven to.
Fern, this is what you've done. I hope you're proud of yourself, Fern.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about how white people and black people get together in the South just fine, and everything was a okay, and we were able to integrate with a shared homegrown Christian culture until you Yanks showed up.
We don't have any Yanks on this show.
Well, I'm the implied ephemeral you, the ones that aren't here.
The
Hold on a minute.
eternal Yankee.
Yeah, just the nebulous one that probably exists in the ether and listens to our show because we're on some watch list. So I don't know what you're talking about. I was being perfectly cordial and more than within YouTube's rules. Problem is they'll find a way to disagree because it's from the South. So yeah, that was a tangent. Then I guess we can chain that. We kind of already covered a little bit of this last week, but the Hoyoverse boycott's going incredibly well.
Oh yeah, so well, so very well,
It's
so well. I bet they can barely measure how well it's going.
so much that the total Hoyoverse profit, because Genshin and Star Rail players are going to try out the new Hoyoverse game, advertised everywhere, periphery. That the combined Hoyoverse profits went up by like half, like a ton of money. Last I checked, it was a truly comical amount.
We talked about it last time, but yeah, they made record profits. They set a new record for takings in the span of a month because nobody cares. Like nobody cares what this tiny, tiny group of people think. I mean, they may be the loudest on Twitter, but that has led them to gain an incredibly misproportioned idea of just how much people give a toss about their opinion.
Yeah, most people. There are people. Most people have a Twitter, but I would reckon that most people use Twitter only a little bit more than I do, as far as posting goes. Because
Yeah, I use it as a news feed. That's it. Like I say, you can post on Twitter. If you post on Twitter, I'll see it if I'm following you. But to me, it's mainly a news feed. It's for me to find out what's happening because you will get you'll get a mixture of information, both accurate and inaccurate. But that's no better or worse than the mainstream media in terms of accuracy. To let Joe Average be the person to tell you what's going on, and generally speaking, you'll get it before they get it. Like you'll hear about things before the mainstream is willing to chew it up and spit out the ground up version of it that contains very little reality. Like it's by far superior to conventional news services. Like if I want news, I get it from Twitter, generally speaking, because I'm a grown ass adult. I know how to filter my information for truth when it interests me to do so, because sometimes the lies are funnier. But
it seems like you get a lot of everyone is gay and lesbian on Twitter. That seems to be the only thing that you find
yeah,
on Twitter.
I see an awful lot of that stuff on Twitter, but that's largely Hoyo's fault, or rather the Hoyoverse fandom's fault, because the algorithm knows that I'm interested on what's going on in Star Rail. I'm very interested in this information. I want to know what's coming in the next patch. I want to know what new events there are, and so on and so forth. The algorithm knows what I'm interested in. Unfortunately, the side effect of that is it thinks that I'm also interested in things that are the opinions of the Hoyoverse community.
The
I'm
opinions of the
not.
Hoyoverse community are about as gay as you could possibly be, literally.
Like you're basically what you get is a whole bunch of fan art, very very poorly drawn fan art of Hoyoverse characters, except they're black and holding a trans flag.
Yeah, I don't use the Twitters or any social media for my newsfeed because I have
You're not
alternative
you're not
means.
you're not missing much. I'm not going to go to the farms because the farms are dangerous and the farms are also full of pedophiles. But yeah, at least Elon keeps most of the pedophilia off of the Twitter these days. I don't have random CP showing up in my feed like I used to.
Yeah, he's been pretty good about that. The farm is actually pretty good about hunting them down as individuals. It's generally considered taboo there.
Didn't Nicky Rackets recently make a big fuss about one of them?
Maybe,
I
but
remember I remember seeing
rackets.
that on Twitter as like the like he basically doxed some of the people that that were basically making the biggest shitstorm about his misdeeds, and they were uh, registered sex offenders for pedophilia.
It's possible, but rackets has been having.
Rackets is doing a different plot arc right now.
Yeah, rackets has kind of lost his marbles. But Noel himself does not allow it at all, or anything like it, and will actively go out of his way. It's one of the few perma-bannable offenses. Like there's a lot of thread bannable or board bannable offenses that's on the perma ban list. Will be you will be banned immediately. No second chances, no questions asked. So, and Rackets has decided he hates the farms like something fierce because he uh he started doing a whole lot of dumb stuff, and the farms
Well, yeah, if you do a whole lot of dumb stuff, that's basically like catnip.
yeah, and furthermore he had tied himself with the farms before he went insane. So they were all already knew who he was and good to go jump on and start start pointing out everything he did. So Rackets has a beef with the farm.
Anyway, in addition to the total failure of the boycott, a bunch of voice actors have had to be replaced as well.
Yeah, one of them has had multiple shoes before. The Kerbifer guy, he used to be an internet dude that I was vaguely aware of, but never really watched his stuff. He moved in those early internet circles. Might have heard his name, but I never.
I
Uh,
don't know anything about Western voice actors, and he's now become a Western voice actor. So if I ever heard of him, it would have dropped out of my head.
yeah, I don't know any of his voice acting work other than him being fired for voicing. I think he was going to voice the male Byleth from one of the Fire Emblem games, and he revealed it too early, so Nintendo canned him. And he's apparently had a whole bunch of other shoes, personal shoes that have just caused problems. So him being replaced, he was the voice of Mose, I think, is what the character's name is in Star Rail. I don't know anything.
Yeah,
Um,
Mosa is he's a new character from the most recent story patch. He's basically one of the Shunsho General's personal lackey.
yeah. So he got he was on tap to voice him, and basically his autism got the better of him, and he couldn't mouth shut about his past problems, and they all came to light again. And Hoyo was like, "Yeah, no, you might want to think about resigning yourself," basically. And he had he supposedly voluntarily resigned
No,
before.
the community was making a huge fuss about it
Oh, were they?
because they smelt blood in the water because he was vaguely referred to as an abuser without any particular specifics. So the community basically dogpiled him,
Yeah,
and yeah, it wasn't nobody was threatening boycotts or anything, but I think that it was not so much. Uh, I don't think it was actually anything to do with the community that he got fired. I think that the
go turn
actual
to your crap.
reason,
Go turn to your crap before it ends. Make sure you got
I
credit.
think the actual reason was probably that Hoyo was ticked off at the talent agency that would have recommended him
Yeah,
to them,
I can buy that.
and because it was basically just bringing them bad publicity for no reason when it's their job to screen out people like this.
Yeah. What you call it? I could buy that. I don't know any of these stories with the perspective of the Hoyoverse community, fan community at large, because I don't engage with that at all.
I see sort of like the prominences of it, like the bits of hot gas that get thrown off. Like I'm nowhere near the center of the inferno, but occasionally there'll be something will thrown off that will lash out into spheres that I'm able to visualize, which
Yeah,
is like because I skim the most superficial surface of the Hoyo community, like the most sanitized content creators with the minimal amount of drama, like the ones that are like financial analysts and stuff who are too square to be involved in any kind of drama.
yeah. I
But
don't.
occasionally something will make enough of a fuss that will get dragged into my area of attention by the algorithm.
Yeah, I don't even have that. Unless something happens to randomly play in my YouTube recommends, I'm not seeing any. Which has led to a whole lot of Herder brain rot videos even before I started poking at Star Rail again. By the way.
I noticed. Kurukurin.
Oh, time to twerk. All the languages. Anyway, I'll share that brain rot with the live show chat later once not running. Anyway,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, so that's one of them, but that's not the most recent or noisiest one.
the one that even made it to my feed was had to do with my girl Wowo. Both her and Tail got replaced, and by proxy Lucy and ZZZ as well because she was axed from all Hoyo projects. I did not see anything specific on why this happened, but I did see some news floating around that she was a vocal supporter of the boycott. It's a very vocal one.
Yeah, I've seen the tweets because the boycotts just exploded across my feed because the algorithm can't tell which side of a discussion you're on.
Yeah, it just knows you're
Um,
interested.
so yeah, I saw this. I saw this because there are a lot of the most hardcore among the theory crafting community in Hoyoverse are Indonesians and Filipinos, and they are a lot of the modern westernized ones that tend to participate in the culture, the Hoyoverse culture, are they view themselves as brown because America has taught them to view themselves as brown, and so they involved themselves in this particular thing. And because they are ensconced in lots of parts of the community, that was what dragged all of this into my feed. But essentially, yes, this voice actor has lots of very, very, very incriminating tweets about supporting the boycott while not actually going out and ever telling anybody to boycott anything, but making their support for the boycotts very obvious. So basically, a suicidal play if you care about your career with the company that you're trying to support the boycotts of.
I've seen a lot of screenshots of tweets. I don't go on Twitter. On news articles from various voice actors being very nebulous, but still supporting it. But the ones from her, I seem to recall being much more easy to, even for
Yeah,
somebody that.
she basically got too close to the sun. The another one that has been really bad, but for some reason has gotten away with it is Sucrose's voice
Yeah,
actress
I've heard
in
about her
English.
going out and being crazy.
She hasn't she hasn't been caught on fire yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's not too far away because you simply can't do this to the company that pays your wage.
Yeah, you can't
I'm
say
sorry, that's
don't
not
pay
how
my
the real world
bosses.
works.
The boss will fire you.
Like, but this the thing is, I don't think that they necessarily fail to understand that. I think that they're just more afraid of what would happen if they didn't get seen to be towing the correct line.
I think it's either that or they genuinely see it as a moral imperative because they're just that brainwashed. It could be a combination of both, even because yeah, they they it's the same kind of robot speak whenever we need more diversity comes in, right? You know, they can't tell you why we need more diversity. They can't tell you what that
That's
diversity
true.
looks like. Uh, they just know that more melanin is good.
Didn't you know diversity is our strength?
That same bland robo talk that we get every single time. Now I'm overcapped on collagen.
I am as well. I might just break and just buy a tiny bit of something to back away from the cap a little bit.
I've only got like 6 weights.
I have more than that, so
So yeah. And honestly, I turn language has been a primary focus for me in Star Rail in particular, and the quality or lack of quality that it has in a lot of its voice cast. So I have been regularly flipping the languages between English and Japanese depending on what I'm doing. If I'm doing narrative content, it's going to Japanese. Doing gameplay content, I'll flip it back to English because I do like some of the voices. As long as I don't have to hear Don Hung.
you like Dr. Ratio and what?
Uh, I like Dr. Ratio. A lot of people don't like her, but I do like Kafka's voice, even though it does feel a little
I
bit
don't
forced.
I don't like it. I think that the Japanese one is so much better that it would be an insult to like the English one.
No, I think the Japanese one is good, but I do like Kafka's voice, and it being in my native tongue does add points to it. But
I think that they are actually different characters when they're voiced like that. Like I think that the main reason I dislike the English one so much is because to me the character of Kafka is the Japanese voice's rendition of Kafka, and
yeah,
I seriously don't think they're the same person at all.
but yeah. Uh, anyway, the Acheron's voice is good. I like hers in English. I think the Japanese one might be actually better as well. That one, but I think
I like the Japanese one better for Acheron. Like it's more suited to Acheron's character because Acheron, like, if you take her independently of her lore, maybe it doesn't matter. But the fact is that your emotions get dampened by being affected by nihility, and she doesn't communicate that in the English the way she does in the Japanese. She's just not subdued enough.
I think she does it well when she does her ultimate call out, which is the big stuff because some attack name call outs. But you also have some gems in there that are not so good. You have Don Hung's Life is Butter Vision.
What?
All about that butter vision.
What?
What it sounds like. When he does his ultimate attack, he says life is butter vision.
What?
It
I
is
don't.
it's not but a vision, it's butter vision. And it is on top of being a poorly written line for a big attack name call out, it's in his voice, the Don Hung voice, and it is just slurred to all heck, so it sounds like life is butter vision. So there's that. And you
To be
have
fair, you don't actually have to. While he plays a big role on the Lofu, he doesn't play a big role many other places. It's actually become kind of a meme that um, Don Hung is actually a hikikomori who always wants to hide on the Express instead of going on adventures.
if you came back and told me for the next 3 zones I didn't have to listen to Dong Hung, I might consider just keeping it on in English just so I could see the difference between the two voices and have it, or you could have a comparison point we could talk about, and I could play the game consistently with the combat voices I want. But
In,
if there's even a
in
chance,
Japanese, I think he's unremarkable. He's not going to disappear. There's like 2 patches of Penacony where you basically don't hear from him, but then he appears later on in the story, because other people get him involved, whether he wants to be involved or not. The same thing happens in the Lofu. Like, he originally starts out the story trying to stay uninvolved and then gets forced to be involved due to events.
oh yeah,
That's the way things usually go for him.
even before you go to pick up Kafka, uh, which is where I'm at now in the Lofa story, he's already had a little solo mini mission landing on the planet.
Yeah, he doesn't ever rejoin the party proper until right near the very end. He goes on Don Hung adventures independently to everyone else.
Oh,
With his little
you made some friends.
bullshit. With his he has his own little accidental team that forms of him and Locha and Sushang
And her chicken, totally a phoenix.
and her chicken. That's totally a phoenix.
But yeah, so
It's not Perororo-sama at all.
definitely not. But yeah, so language has been something that I've been very keyed to on Star Rail because I prefer I prefer language in English, despite what people will tell you about quality and stuff. But I also just cannot stand some of these voices where they reach a critical point where we're at Higurashi dub tier with some of them. English Stell is also goodness Don Hung awful. The only thing that saves it is you don't hear Stell talk to herself very much.
That is all about action, really.
My Stell is all about trolling.
And garbage cans.
Well, less about garbage cans and more confusing hook into how an interview works with Clara.
Every still is about a garbage can. This is just canon.
Didn't she get chat stickers with one of the garbage can events that showed her as a raccoon?
I don't recall if she got chat stickers for it or not. She's definitely depicted by Giovanni in the video games that he makes as a raccoon.
Yeah. So yeah. Uh, so I'm very interested in voice acting changes within the Hoyo games because following it in wanting to follow the games in English has caused issues. Whereas Genshin grew on me despite having a bad start. The voices in Star Rail were so bad it made me put the game off for half a year.
I'm glad I never installed the English voice pack.
Yeah, I mean, I will go ahead and preface it with what Vol said earlier. I do love the Doctor ratio. I think it's genuinely one of the best English voice attack name call out voices.
Even I like the Doctor ratio. Like if every voice in the English dub was of that quality, then I probably would not be so. I would probably not be so down on it
Yeah,
or so gloaty about how I never used it.
it's just every single combat line that boy has is amazing. If you have not heard English Doctor ratio, find somebody's stream to go watch or install the English voices for yourself just to hear him say his stuff once. But yeah, so she got axed. I'm surprised she has been the only one that got axed, given how close to the line a lot of those voice actors were in their tacit support of the uh, the boycotts.
I haven't seen the tweets myself, but I heard Nilo's voice actress also flew pretty close to the sun.
Yeah, Nyla's voice actress is also a spaz.
I don't know what Nilo sounds like in English. Like it was like I cannot pair the two in my head when it comes to Japanese Nilo, because Japanese Nilo is like 100% pure purity, pureness, sweetness and light, nothing but.
Yeah. So the new girl they got, because I don't know the old girl's voice they had for her. I forget the name of the girl even. I don't particularly want to give attention to him, causing for basically being a California voice actor. Um, but the uh, the new voice for Wowo is fine, and the new voice for Tail is better. But Wowo's voice, you can tell they're imitating somebody. They're trying to copy a previous performance, but I think there's potential there for them to take it somewhere if they actually are allowed to, do more than just try and make it sound as close to this as you can.
But did they replace all of the lines wholesale, or did they just have somebody pick up where?
It's my understanding they replaced everything.
Okay, well that'll be interesting then, because Huoho basically has an entire patch to herself as her sort of focus story.
Yeah.
That
Well,
she's absolutely central to the ghost hunting event, and which is quite a lengthy Trailblaze continuance. And so you'll get to basically see how this actor has pulled off an entire story where they're the focus.
yeah. Because my only concern with it is you can tell Wowo's voice actress has been given the instruction after I did listen to clips of the old voice. This is what put
I
this
don't
idea
know,
in.
why would you do that though? Why would you give the instruction to copy somebody else?
I
Because if you're removing all of that person's lines from the game, then it's not really necessary to copy them. I mean, they might want the character to be rendered similarly, but it wouldn't be needful to copy them.
I genuinely don't know, but it's the vibe I get when I listen to the um and I'm okay with new Wovo's voice. Like a lot of people, I think they're mostly just on it's different now. But
I
to
mean,
me,
if their Huo has changed the way she talks all of a sudden, I can sort of see why they might feel that way. Because we've got to keep in mind, people have been maining Huo for a very long time now.
yeah.
Because she's one of the earlier characters. Like when I started playing, her banner was ending.
So yeah. How we do on shirt? I need two more.
So I probably need about double that ish.
So so yeah. As for New Tail though, New Tail sounds clearer than he does. When I listen to the voice check, but I don't know what his deal was and why he got replaced.
Maybe because maybe they just couldn't get a hold of the other guy, and because they have to record a lot of their lines together.
Yeah, it's possible that was an agency issue.
Because it is unlikely, like they won't have made any promises for any follow-up work for that guy, because it's very unlikely that Woho will ever be a focus character again. Like she has a bit part in the current patch, but it's just a very a very small bit part. So there's probably no extant contract to bring that guy back. But wherever they did occur together, like Huahua and Tail are essentially inseparable. So if you replace Huahua, you pretty much are stuck with having to re-record Tail as well. And if the guy was not interested in it, or if he was like personally upset that they dropped Huahua's voice actress or something like that, then they might have just had to re-record with
Yeah.
somebody else. Your story.
It
There's a
also,
lot of possible reasons for that.
if this was 100% related to the boycott, like we suspect it was, then it would make sense on short notice that he may not have been available. Because
Yeah, I mean, he could have been involved in another project or something.
yeah, like because this was done silently with no patch notes uh over a single patch. But we got the bike follow up. So yeah, that's the voice actor replacement. So these boycotts have had the effect we pretty much predicted. Although I thought it would actually go a bit harder. I expected more to be replaced. I wonder if they just wanted to hang a few heads on pikes just to send a message.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're doing that just to see what would happen. Like, will people pull their head in and realize actually this is a job, you need to live in the real world, you aren't important enough to be divas, you're replaceable?
Yeah,
Like,
and
because that's really the issue, right? Like, they think they're not replaceable. That's why they were brave enough to do this.
if the second you figure out you're not invincible, and there are consequences for this type of action, you won't do that action anymore. Especially if they're consequences you don't want.
Like, generally speaking, being part of a Hoyo project has a strong chance to get you brought back for bits and pieces regularly over the course of time, because characters often come back for reruns for reappearances in events and things, and this is something that you don't get in most game projects. That potential for future work,
Yeah,
it's incredibly valuable.
this can be a meal ticket for you if you play it right and you treat it like a proper job opportunity. It
But
can, solid
if you think,
three or more years of work at least.
but if you choose to interpret that as irreplaceability, as opposed to, oh, you've got your toe in the door on a good thing, well, that's going to need some attitude adjustment, I think.
None of you guys are good enough to be irreplaceable. Maybe Dr. Ratio, but he's about it. He's the only one of you that has enough natural talent. Hey, free market.
And for all anybody can tell, it is just natural talent. It's not like there's a long pedigree behind that name.
Yeah, like holy crap, is just because I got Dr. Ratio as my only 5-star, right? So I practically started the game with him, and I really, really wanted to play it in English because, man, boy Don H.
I hate to break it to you, but Ratio does have a minor role in the main story of Penacony.
I have turn English voices on for Penacony.
You might. He almost always appears alongside Aventurine, and I have no idea if Aventurine's voice acting is any good or not.
I've never heard his get healed voice before now, but even that's really good. Ugh, 5 points. But he does it obviously way better than I can because he actually has natural talent. But he's clearly on theater tier ham acting here, which works perfectly well for Ratio.
I mean, the man walks about with a plaster head on.
So yeah. Hopefully, well, in a way, I kind of hope they don't pull heads out of the butt because a bunch of these actors just aren't very good, and I would be okay with a mulligan on most of them.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that they generally fall into the category of know nothings that are just following the crowd, though.
Yeah,
Like, they've gotten delusional ideas about their own personal importance and the idea that they can somehow affect the course of the project when really that's none of their business. But all of these types of real, sheep-minded people, they can undergo attitude adjustments. There won't be any conviction behind them, but if they get the idea that it is needful for them to work hard at their job and get better at it because they are replaceable, then, well, maybe
I mean, we could.
you'll get to see some improvement. It
Yeah.
could happen. Oh my goodness, I had a different teleport available.
Oh,
Now I've got to go there the hard way.
work it on. Yeah, I'm hoping. I mean, the Genshin people seem to. The case with Genshin, I get the feeling either a lot of these people thought this was just another, you know, mobile game at first, and so they didn't give it their all. But it seems like over time, as they both got more comfortable in their roles and realized that Genshin was a bit bigger than, just another mobile game. They
Well, all of their con appearances are over Genshin. They're not over anything else.
well now it is, but I'm talking about when they very first started and it was really bad. Like the grow up from that seemed to be, oh, this is something that's moneymaker and we need to take this serious throwaway job. But them losing now, seeing people lose roles that are a bit too invested in their Twitter points instead of their job as voice actors. Hopefully that'll kick them in the butt a little bit and make them try even harder. Though Genshin is
Well,
not.
unless they decide to adopt the attitude that, oh well, if they get seen to be fired for taking a stand against racism, then maybe they think they'll get work from somewhere else. Not that that's ever happened in the past.
Yeah, that well, it depends on
The
how much.
machine does not care about you. Learn it.
Well, the problem is the machine is bugged at the moment and infested by a union that is totally drunk on that stuff.
But nobody wants to go to the union anymore.
They are becoming less and less relevant by the day, the more squawking they do. Because less and less people want to work with them, and independents are having more and more success. That's how we get Dr. Ratios. It's also how we get Don Hungs. But, take the good with the bad, I guess.
I'm a Bryce Papenbrook.
That's what happens when you union. So, yeah. That segues into what I did this week, if we're back on weeks. But
I only
we're
go as
not
far
at
as
your.
Genshin, so.
Yeah, but we haven't finished your week yet. So,
well,
if you
I
want,
mean,
we can
it
keep
was
this.
a pretty chunky expression of week.
I guess we can divide it by game more than individual week at this point. So we can wrap up Genshin and then bounce to Star Rail.
Right. Oh, well, I just got free market. So, Genshin. I don't think I've really got much else to talk about Genshin. There's not like there's any shortage of stuff for me to do, but the it's sort of in a holding pattern at the moment because of the Natlan patch. Like, I keep thinking, oh yeah, maybe I should go and
Try card.
Otis card. Otis.
I'll take it. I'll take my boy Otis. Hard on head. Random. Oh, I had a random Cloud of Dark.
I'm
What?
very close to being able to equip my artifact gear. So let's move on to the next zone.
Have to. It's the
The
next.
most desolate, depressing, unpleasant zone in a desolate, depressing, and unpleasant expansion.
Gracious me. Okay. I remember when you unlocked the zone, you're like, "Oh man, this zone's ugly." I'm like, just you wait.
I didn't realize that they would find a way to dig the hole even deeper.
Like, oh, this zone's garish and I don't like it. You're gonna miss it. On the plus side,
Mind boggles.
there's a lot of fates up right now.
Nobody wants to be here.
That one's 6 minutes and 6% done. So
Oh my goodness. I sure hope this place gets rejuvenated in a future event.
grind done.
Oh my goodness. freshly amazed every time I look at it.
In
It's
case
still garish, it's just in a different way.
I would take at least the bright flashy lights had like a character to it.
But those trees and that water with those buildings.
Yeah, like it was way overdone and way too bright and really just trying too hard. But at least it had character. This is a gray blob. We are fighting gray blobs on a gray blob.
They put some grey blob in your grey blob so you can grey blob while you grey blob. But yeah, so yeah, I kept toying with the idea of doing some more exploring in Genshin because I'm using Traveler as my off-field Dendro applicator, and Dendro Traveler works really well as an off-field Dendro applicator. Like, having tried it, like, I mean, obviously it's not going to be competitive with Nahida, but it's really quite effective in spite of all of that. Problem is, I need Dendroculuses
Oh,
because the Travelers are designed around having C6. And I don't. I've got C3, which is all you get from the story. So I would have to look for Dendroculuses, but now that there's going to be a whole bunch of QOL in 5.0, that idea's sort of been shelved again.
you might want to.
Future moment.
In fact, you are definitely strongly want to consider if you want to actively play Genshin with the Dendro Traveler. You need to do the Mushroom People. That incredibly, yes. If you want Dendroculus, several of them will be locked until you do.
I don't need all of them.
Like a huge chunk of them are locked behind the Mushroom People.
Everybody hates the Aranara.
I would not have hated them so much if I could keep their stupid name straight. Their overall story was fine. Their individual story, oh good, this one falls right into an even bigger gray blob. Ain't that nice? Oh, I'm not in the fate circle over there. That's why he's not
I was like,
aggroed.
have you got your threat on, or?
Yeah, no, he spawns right on the edge of his fate circle. But
Yeah, so I'm not looking forward to Mushroom People, but if that's what I got to do, I mean that's what it's got to do. But at the moment, I'm not really focused on Genshin because I'm still focused mainly on Star Rail. So I don't really have much contemporary stuff to do. I'm currently sort of a bit rustled that I can't seem to find my way through the current Memory of Chaos and Pure Fiction. Like, I'm 1 star away from completing each of them, but I just can't figure out how to get that last star. Like, my numbers are just not quite enough. I don't know what makes up the difference, whether it's even worth trying to make small improvements or whatever, or whether it's just that, well, my teams aren't suited to it because it's follow-up week, basically, or follow-up season. Everything this season has been follow-up attacks because it's been Jade followed by Yunli, who are both follow-up attack characters they're trying to promote. So it's been disproportionately difficult for me to clear Pure Fiction using non-follow-up teams, because the bonuses for non-follow-up teams, they don't not exist, but they are significantly diminished compared to what follow-up teams would get.
just believe in Kafka and Dr. Ratio and you'll be good. They got
Pure
follow-up
Fiction
attacks.
just but Pure Fiction is a killing mobs at speed game mode. So
Believe in
Dr.
the power of
Ratio, not very
Mahjong.
ideal.
You got a 24% chance.
I haven't built Jinjie, so yeah, none of that's going to work. I've got conventional. Basically I've managed to get as far as I have because I have Herta and Himiko sort of semi-built, and both of them have follow-up attacks. They're just not of the sort of spammable kind. The way like other characters have follow-up attacks that proc all the time, but Himiko's only procs every 3 enemy breaks, and Herta's only procs whenever an opponent crosses the 50% hit point mark. So you just don't get them that often. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like that there might be some permutation of gear and characters and strategy and etc. that will work for Pure Fiction this round, but I can't figure it out. And I've tried a few different things, but I can't quite get anything to stick. And ultimately, one of my
Let's
teams is going to have more
alter
follow-ups.
alter our course because that arrow up boss fight is
Huh?
one down here might still be around. Got like
But yeah, so I'm sort of stuck with those. Like I'm quite close on Memory of Chaos to being able to hit the last star, but I'm miles away on Pure Fiction. I just can't kill fast enough with my non-follow-up attack team. Like I can't clear it. I can't clear the boss with the follow-up attack team either, but it's closer than the other one.
oh,
But
it was the
yeah,
freaking sentries.
law, law, law. What is? Oh, it's doing a thing.
Of course, we don't know what the
But take a
scaling on
look.
that
That
is.
range.
Yeah, you never know what the range scaling is on those.
It could be. It adds more debuffs if you're closer. But yeah, so I'm sort of a little bit stuck in there. I finished the current events. I went and over the past week I have cleared pretty much all of the archived events, and including the Pokemon one, which I spent an awful lot of time doing. They put a huge amount of time into that. My goodness, but and
Yeah,
I
I was kind of surprised how long that kept because I remember last time I watched you play Star Rail, which was months ago. You were working on the Pika Man event, and while I was doing the museum event, you were still working on the Pika Man event.
it's a long event, and it basically requires you to learn another game system because the mechanics work slightly differently, and of course you're not using regular characters, you're using the Pokemans.
But you have
And
Puffball.
I did have Puffball, who led me to victory in the end by using him as a tank and healer combo. But yeah, in the end, I built a cracked team that apparently most people tend to converge on, which involves basically sacrificing the rest of your team, making the rest of your team really, really tough, and then sacrificing them basically to make one guy really strong, and then obliterating the opponent before they can obliterate you. There are quite a few popular builds that most people will come across at various points. Like for most of the time, I used a counterattack comp, but unfortunately, that one just falls apart in certain fights uh, due to lack of durability against certain enemies. So that can't carry you all the way. But yeah, in the end, I managed to get through all that content and clear that, and I mopped up the remaining fights in the Ghost Hunter event, which was way easier than I remember. I remember it being quite challenging at the time. Number one, because I wasn't all the way leveled up, and number two, because Firefly wasn't in the game when those fights were designed. So
Yeah,
they give you way too much ability to exploit breaking as part of the event mechanics, because there was
I,
no way to turn that into huge damage nukes back then, and now there is. So because of Harmony Trailblazer and
want to go get your
Firefly.
artifact log gear,
What?
tech gear.
Oh right. Oh dang. Oh dang. Oh dang. I wonder if it's hideous. I haven't even looked at it.
Probably. There's been one artifact cycle that I've liked, and it's because it falls into my bubble. Definitely a personal reason I like it, not because it's particularly a good example of it.
It's mid. That's not physical. What is the set called so that I can find it? The thing with the artifact gear era of your leveling process is that everything takes up so much space. Let's see. Recommended gear. That's kind of underwhelming. I think I like the last artifact gear set better.
I bet it's a generic robe with a horn on it. Yep, it's a generic ugly robe with a horn on it for some about that.
Yeah, it's not even an interesting robe either. It's like leveling gear robe, but you've got a horn.
All right, I have the.
Do you not know? I do not know why. I have the horn turned off. Thank goodness.
Let's see. The only new 100 I have to my repertoire. Got this out of the way. Very important things. Not the worst monk set I've seen, but it's not good either.
Well, they always seem to prefer like baby diarrhea yellow for all their gear for some reason. Not really sure why. But you just had to get Monk out of the way. Just had to make sure it was done and put it
Yeah.
away for good.
Yeah, I got on to Ibu for not leveling Paladin with me, but he was pestering me to play Monk, so I made him play Astro instead. Oh boy, Astro. Astro is kind of a mess right now. Better than it was, but it's still.
I spend most of my time trying to remember what what the cards do. I mean, it doesn't really matter all that much. You can just spam them all on the tank if you want, but
Yeah, just put 1 and 2 go on the tank, or either 1 goes on the DPS and 2.
it's like orange goes on the melee, blue goes on the ranged, I think,
Yeah,
and
orange.
then
Orange is
everything else goes on the tank.
Yeah, orange is melee. The other card that goes on the orange button goes on the range. I think it's. Then every other one is tank button.
Right. Anyway, so yeah, I was just cleaning up old stuff. I still haven't touched Swarm Disaster or Golden Gears, and I saw Ari playing it before the show, and I was looking at the screen. I was like, I don't recognize any of this stuff. I have no idea how I'm going to pick this mode up.
Right.
But I'm eventually just going to have to stick my face in it.
So, Storm Disaster was really ticking me off with the way it tries to introduce it to you. Like, I was getting genuinely angry at the game, and I don't get angry at games quite like that very often. Because Hoyoverse has a habit of trying to handhold you harder than almost any company I can. And their way of handholding it is to block off portions of the screen with big text boxes that force you to press a specific button to move to where you want it to go if you're playing on controller. And I just want all these to go away and at least let me see the whole screen while you're going to yammer at me with your stupid tutorial. Don't cover the whole thing up, because all these specific terms and words mean nothing if I can't see the context around them.
Yeah, I think ZZZ isn't quite as bad, but it's still pretty bad, but in a totally different way. In that they put all of the instructions in a minuscule text in the upper corner of the screen, and they give you no direction whatsoever as to what you're supposed to be doing with your cursor.
Yeah, at least I can bumble my way through those menus eventually, and they're not going to cover my whole screen.
The reason why you can bumble through the menus eventually, though, is because they literally just disable every button on your control except the one they want you to press.
Yeah, and the Swarm Disaster does this too. But the problem is they fill it up on the screen, but they make the button prompt so itty bitty you can't tell which button it is unless you got the screen blown up and you're facing it for Star Rail. Oh, I just want to strangle Hoyo with these stupid tutorials. This is awful. Eastern people cannot do.
Instruction manuals of any kind.
Yeah, it's just. Oh, it's awful.
I had to, in order to mollify my quality team in Auckland, they wanted me to get a ice shaver for doing ice point checks on thermometers in the laboratory. and they weren't happy with the regular blender thing that the previous manager had bought, so I had to get an ice shaver. Uh, so I bought this Chinese one from a local place. It's like Chinese parallel import thing, and it is an ice shaver, yes, but what is emblazoned across the box is smash ice device.
I mean, if you need to get your point across,
The manual is inscrutable.
so yeah.
All of the instructions, like, you can sort of see kind of what they're meaning to say, but the terminology is just insane.
Expansion in now baby materia into yeah.
Right.
So
Before
swarm
we segue
disaster.
fully into your week, do we have time for a break? Because my bladder wants one.
Yeah, we can go to a break. I'll put us on the break screen. That's the wrong break screen. And we'll be right back. And we're back.
More's the pity.
So poker head in main scenario roulette to get ourselves some level. Because we're going to talk about some of the more gameplay oriented stuff in Dawntrail. It's still thunking. I need something that requires absolutely no thunking. And main scenario is pretty good for that. So yeah, we were at Storm Disaster and the tutorials and how awful they are in Hoyoverse.
Yes, I mean, I can see what they're trying to do, but I don't think they realize that it's at least as much of an impediment as it is a help. Like they are, whatever information you gain, they're just stripping away from another location.
Yeah, so especially if you're somebody that prefers to figure things out the way I do, which is push buttons first, and then if something doesn't make sense, go read the tooltips or the instructions of the text. It is very much so I'll try putting it together first, and if something looks funny when it's done, I'll go read the instructions later. Especially on the junk they tutorialize this way, where it's not time sensitive and you're not going to make any bad decisions. Like all the stuff they're tutorializing to me when I open Swarm Disaster because I got a quest that says go start Swarm Disaster pop up in my log. None of the crap they're doing is time sensitive. Like you do not need to force cram all the mechanics down my throat immediately in giant text boxes while covering up everything around them that puts what you're describing in context. But behind some box. It is genuinely frustrating whenever any game does this. Like this is the whole reason I'm willing to just go full fallacious for FromSoft games because they don't do this crap to me. Like for people that just want to pick up the game and figure it out by pushing buttons, that's about the only game series left that'll just let me do it. But few of them just really hack me off as bad as the menus were in Swarm Disaster for Star
I
Rail.
think it's probably because there's so much there, and you kind of need to see it.
Yeah.
They're trying to drip feed you bits and pieces. Like if they really wanted to do that, then they should introduce you to the UI elements one at a time and then build the UI over the course of time, rather than putting it all on the screen and then blocking half of it off.
Yeah, and they
Like
do.
it's
They
just a
kind of try
backward way of
this.
doing it.
The problem is that each page they introduce you to after one step of the tutorial at a time is just riddled with a gajillion sub bits of it, different portions of it that are full of different information. So that you're still getting an information overload in text boxes, and then you get out of that Swarm Disaster, get to the next tutorial of Swarm Disaster, and they do it again, and then they do it again, and then you unlock Golden Gears, and they do it again. Like this is awful. Who decided this was a good idea?
I don't think it probably went through much consideration, to be honest. They probably just figured, oh, well, we told them what to do. The information was all technically there.
Yeah, like all developers that develop games, they very clearly have got, at least for this section of the game, in their head that oh, we know it makes perfect sense to us. We're the ones that made it. Players can figure it out if we just tell it to them, right? Do you realize how many games and how many game mechanics we as players have to keep in our head, developers? Probably yes, in somewhere in the back of your head, but you just don't think about it after you've had to deal with your own UI enough. Oh boy, this was awful. And this is one of them things that is never, ever going to get changed. Oh, this one doesn't have a long cutscene.
Castrum.
That's okay.
You don't have to think. My AoE combo is one button.
Mine's two. Oh, no, I got Flood of Darkness. I got a OGCD. I can...
I guess I can jump. Oh my goodness, Dragoon. Like Dragoon at at native level 50, when level 50 was current, was quite complicated already.
Good for you.
Now there has no buttons at all. It's just Doom Spike. You can always use more Doom Spike.
So yeah, Storm Disaster. they introduced you have to be level 60 to unlock it. And I had we'll have to segue this because a lot of my interjections on Star Rail are going to be dependent on. Um, I decided to go ahead and bump up my world level. Now I had done a truly redonkulous amount of pre-farming as on the highest difficulty I could before getting back into this game. So I have multiples of 10 plural in overflow constantly chilling out in terms of exp towards the next trailblaze level, and tons and tons of just exp and Lightcone exp and relic exp from the dailies, because just doing the stupid kylaxes counts as a daily for most of your points, sometimes all your points on some days. Dump all your backed up resin. And yeah, the I was able to get myself up to level 60 this week. And by using a ton of the refuely things, probably about 20 refuels at least, I was able to borrow Vol's Firefly to expedite my progress into this particular level bracket with my roster. And the thing that pushed me to do it was, while I was content to wait, with my roster having Wopo and Acheron available, has just the previous world level set was just too. Everything was not hitting hard enough to threaten me, and I could blow things over in a few. So I wanted to bump it up. I wanted the mobs to at least have some bite to give the story a bit more impact, and that so far it's better now. I still probably could stand to go up another world level set, but I would not be able to do the same type of upgrade path I did because I've run out of backlog of excess materials. But one of the knock-on effects of getting to level 60 is you unlock Swarm Disaster. And Vol was experiencing me go through it go through the last bit of it and then fail to get the clear where they finally just say go do Swarm Disaster once. Because the lowest level you can do that at is 66, and I am level capped at 60.
You'll be fine.
Wowo
He was not fine.
Wowo tried. He tried real hard. But Kokolia just kind of one-shot the team.
She do that, given half a chance, yes.
Yeah. So yeah, that happened. And then I went into the Gears and whatever tutorial, and it just continued that stupid tutorial overload, and that's where Vol got to see me just get mad at this.
You have a Jeopard.
No, I don't have Jeopard.
According to Serathis, for Swarm Disaster, shields are king for durability. Healing is too late, and regular durability is too weak to AoE.
Yeah, I have 3 Bailus. That's what the normal gacha has been like to me in this game.
Bailu is your Mona. She does not have nearly as much junk in the trunk.
She's got a big old tail back there. But
yes. She
yeah.
put all her points into tail, much like Woho.
Yes. So tiny girls with big tails, I got. Jeopards, not so much.
He'll show up eventually. You'll lose a 50-50 and Jeopard will show up.
Oh, it'll just be another Bailu.
It could be another Bailu, yeah. Maybe by the time you get to E6, Bailu's good. I don't know.
Yeah, like I've had horrible luck with the big gacha, or the normal story gacha equivalent, the one you don't need intertwine fates for, just the basic pulls from. With like the 8 story 5 stars or whatever. Like it's just been all Bailu. Bailu's been the only thing I've gotten. Every time I hit its 90th pull mark, it's another Bailu. And another one. So the Star Rail General Gacha has not been particularly nice to me. I haven't even attempted to pull on the Lightcone Gacha in this game. Because there really just hasn't been a point. And the character Gacha has been fairly nice to me. But the main Gacha, not so much. That's where I'm at with the account. And as far as story goes, for what we can talk about, I have done literally everything available to me that I could find that was available up until the point where you're taking Kafka back to town after getting her out of the harbor. So we've just found her physically on the Luofu and are taking her back to town to be supposedly interrogated. So everybody's like, "This ain't gonna go the way you think it is."
Well, I mean, the Stellaron Hunters are basically the Mythark for Star Rail in a lot of ways. Like they have a particular game that they're playing, and they have the means and the motive to see it done. But nobody really knows in depth what that is because each of the Stellaron Hunters has their own agenda, and they'll tell you about it at various points. Like you'll find out what Blade's motivation is in the main story for Shansho Lofu. You'll find out when you do after the Lofu story is over, then Kafka's character story unlocks, and then you can, depending on what she says to you, because it's random, find out a bit more about what her motivation is. That's sort of the irritating thing about that character story is that once it's done, you pretty much just got to go on the wiki and look at all the things she could have said to you but didn't, because what she actually tells you is not defined. It's random. So yeah, sometimes she will not tell you anything useful either. So yeah, and
I did like that I got a Chivo for her mind controlling herself in the boss fight.
yes, I got that as well. But yeah, so yeah, they're very central to the plot, and they are not going to disappear anytime quickly. They are not an entity like the way the harbingers are in Genshin. They they play a much more neutral role. It seems to me like they're setting the IPC up to be the harbinger equivalent because they have numerous members. They have the 10 stone hearts that all have, unique powers, and they're all highly placed in the IPC. But the thing is that they spend a lot of time setting up the worshippers of the Amber Lord as ostensibly good guys in Belobog, but the IPC are all worshippers of the Amber Lord as well. Except that whether they're good guys or not basically depends on how rich you are and how much you love money.
I see. So yeah, that puts us at the point for stuff that I can talk about with the main story, and it puts you mechanically where I am. It's basically everything available up to that point in the story at level 60. That is 1.5 of the first two Luofu world zones, plus your first trip to the capital city, and everything on Guerrilla 6. Well, Japanese and English.
I think they use the hard j, but I'm not sure.
I'm pretty
It might be
sure
rough
English and Japanese, in fact, say it differently.
It would not surprise me. They don't seem to have much of a style guide in Ho-Yo games. There's a lot of stuff diverges.
Yeah. So yeah. Um, in my process of getting all the side content cleared, because just over time, the little bits of content I would do would be like one character quest, one batch of side quests. When I wasn't just grinding the Kylexes in the background over the past 8 months, it would so I'd already made progress on most of the content before this point, just being chewed through. So I went ahead and finished that up as well before I moved on to the Bofu. And this involved Critter Picker that we were both involved in, or both talking about at the time. That was cute. I'm not as attached to that event as you seem to be.
Well, it was my first event, so
Yeah.
it was sort of novel to me, and I like the Cake Cats a lot.
Yeah. And the museum I had more fun with than I expected to because some of the character stories were good. I was starting to speed read for some parts of it because it was starting to become very samey, but some of the character interviews I would stop and slow down and read. Hook and
I
Clara's one
found
is the
those
best
quite
one.
enjoyable. That was bullying. Why you bully?
That was hilarious. Where you just get them totally confused on what goes down in an interview and have Hook, the supposed interviewee, be the one conducting the interview of Clara.
You mean Pitch Dark Hook the Great?
Yeah. So some of those are really good. Bully and Sele was always fun. Uh, and the gym event was had the most clear case of early event syndrome that I've seen. But it was okay figuring out with they give you enough try. They give you like 2 trial characters per, and you only need one team. Low roster, you can noodle your way to get at least the silicate out of it. 2 built characters. So
I've
uh,
heard that in English they call her Zila, which just
uh,
sounds weird to me.
they may by that point I had started changing the language to Japanese because it was very early in Drilla 6 where I decided I couldn't take Don Hung anymore. I don't like March or Stell either, but really just Don
Don Hung
Hung.
was the straw that broke the camel's back.
He was an awfully heavy straw. Let's put it that way. So yeah, that's where we're at for event content. I've seen all the stories that were available on Eurilla 6. So did all of Natasha's, did all of Hook's, and all them. So we can freely talk about all those. Um, and I think that's about where all there is available. We've already covered me going through the main story, but you're safe on everything before the point I told you.
Yeah, there's not really any deep lore in those sections for the most part. But yeah, Hooks is a pretty classic story all
I thought it
told.
was cute. I did like it a lot. Like, oh, Daddy, I sold my bear to get you the drill bit pieces. Oh, I sold my drill to get you clothes for your bear. Oh, okay, that's cute.
Very, very, very old story. It's been warmed over a zillion times, but it's kind of fitting for that particular circumstance.
Man, Tank Bus a lot. Tank's only got like 2 cooldown buttons this level. I don't even have Sheltron. Or I guess
Not like it.
like a Knight.
It's not like it really hurts in any particular way.
So you haven't tried Swarm Disaster like at all? You haven't even got the quest out of your
I've done
log
the
to get unlock it?
tutorial. I've done the tutorial. That's all. I don't
Okay.
think I've done anything other than that.
Because the last quest of the tutorial quest line is do it clear it once. Any difficulty.
I don't know whether or I don't think I did that because it's still in my quest log.
Yeah, that's what I was attempting to complete today. And it went about as well as you would expect. Mostly, I could probably punch my way through it if I focused on getting actual blessings, but I have a problem when it comes to being somebody that completes collectibles in video games. If something's got the new icon and the game keeps track of it for me collecting it, I can't stop myself. Not without an extreme amount of effort.
So you have no shielders yet you've got all the shield blessings because you didn't have them before.
Yeah, so immediately when I realized this was going to be a thing, I tried to grab every single useless or new flagged item I could whenever they popped up as I was going through the low level simulated universe. But Swarm Disaster has a ton of ones that are unique to it. And oh boy, it's very hard to pass those. Thankfully, if you crash and burn because of that, it still keeps your progress and has those things that were once new now tracked.
It's nice of them to tell you which ones you've never gotten before, though.
Yeah, if I had to keep a spreadsheet, I might kill somebody. All right, we can pivot. Oh, we're at the 50s. Or what am I saying?
What do you get for level 100?
Uh,
Is it worth it?
we'll tell you in a
I mean, how much EXP are you passing up exactly?
not very much because the EXP for Palace caps out at the 60 range.
So it just sort of falls off after there, and you're not really losing
Yeah,
anything.
you would probably lose about 10-15% of the level if we did 50 floors. Unless they changed it since I was using it to track leveling. But that's what it would be about in Endwalker. So with the EXP continuing to grow, the Dawntrail is probably even more of a drop off.
Right. I suppose they don't want one particular form of whatchamacallit, leveling method to be dominant forever. Let's see, reset progress. Got a 111 and a 15.
151. Kill the 111.
Who am I going to play as to go in? I guess Summoner does damage, so that's logically the one to go in as.
You think that I killed the 111?
Yep, good to go. Yeah, my controller startled me.
Peloton.
I remembered my Kabi. Alright, I've got to be in combat before I can do anything, don't I?
The very first mob pulled will not be able to be one you can turn yourself on with. On every floor. But yeah. So where you can now pick up on your Star Rail week from. I just wanted to get you a point where I'm at, so I don't get story spoilers or event spoilers. Stuff I ain't done
I
yet.
don't know that there's really a huge amount else for me to say because not much has changed. I'm pretty sure I'm up to date on the story stuff. The they've they're releasing Jiachu. They're doing the last major. Wow, that was really on the edge, wasn't it?
I wasn't quite
They're,
thumping the wall hard enough.
they're doing that. How? This is 3 rooms. Good grief.
Happens.
The they're doing like the last big push for Jiachu, who is incredibly good for Acheron teams, but also an icky boy. So no rolls, not pulling. I'm gonna save my Solar Jade. Thanks so very much. But yeah, his banner should be up before too long. I
Isn't he
don't
alongside Sparkle
know.
though?
He is alongside Sparkle. Um, I don't think that I will pull for Sparkle because I don't really think I've got a team built that needs it. Like, there's basically 2 characters that are totally Sparkle dependent, and they are Qingche and Imbibitor Luno. That's not to say other characters can't benefit, but generally speaking, it's those 2 that need Sparkle, and the benefit from other whatchamacallits supports is sort of fairly good by comparison to Sparkle. Like, Sparkle really only is of huge benefit if you need to use a skill every turn on multiple characters that can't normally support it, or if you need to spend multiple skill points every turn,
Or
like you do on Imbibitor Lune or Qingche.
if you have my Mahjong luck from the other night, you need that Sparkle. Holy crap!
Yes,
that
yes,
Mahjong
you do.
luck was something else. Got on my way down to the bug boss at the bottom of the space station.
The Mahjong gods were certainly in your favor, but mainly because they wanted to see you fail later. But yeah, so I don't think that I'll pull for Sparkle. A lot of people do want to pull for Sparkle. The I can't get a feel for whether or not they're planning to make Sparkle play more of a role later in the story, because by the time Penacony is over and Sparkle has done her thing and so on, and like her true agenda has been revealed for that particular moment, such as it was, um, they haven't really told you very much ultimately about if she had a plan broader than that, or whether she was working, who she was working for, if she was working for somebody else, which in order for her to do anything structured seems like she probably would need to be working for somebody else. um but yeah, it's very unclear exactly what's going on there. um I'm not really sure how to process what they showed us of Sparkle in isolation. So I presume that that means, oh my goodness, Mimic's going to kill me, isn't it?
Oh, you got a mimic. Fudge.
Yeah, no, it's nearly dead. It's nearly dead because I had Bahamut off cooldown. But yeah, they don't tell you much about who she is or what she's after. But judging by the way they keep repeatedly bringing back Sampo in events and things, like that faction, I think, is going to be one which just pokes its oar into multiple different situations across a sort of a broader period of time, rather than being central to any particular story. And Sparkle is the sort of character who can reasonably pop up anywhere, because she's basically, her story is implied to be, pre being a masked fool, that she was a genius child actor and can basically be and impersonate anybody she likes. And nobody will be able to tell because she's that good.
She will never give you up, never let you down, just like Aha.
Yes.
Run around and desert you. She's telling you she'll always be there. Like her idol,
Yeah.
Rick Aha.
But yeah, so that is literally a joke that she makes and has also become a meme in the community. Various comics and things have been drawn of it. But yeah, it's I'm curious as to see whether they'll go deeper with her, because she does have a lot of sort of like fragments of background lore, like her supposed role that you can find in some text materials of her being like the last of a clan of puppet masters. And it's like, but you say that, but we don't know any puppet masters. We've never met any puppet masters. It's not clear whether she's a puppet or whether she's a puppet master herself. There's a lot of unknowns that have been clearly purposefully set up to be conspicuous unknowns. And so, everybody wants to know, was they going to do something with this? Is this going somewhere? Are we going to get more information? When are we going to get more information? Is that a thing that's going to happen at some point?
Even if they
I'm
don't
not.
feel like going deeper with Sparkle and keeping it a mystery, that can work for a character like that. Having one of those characters, one or two, or
I
just
think that you can do that, but I think that there's also a cap for how long you can do that, because otherwise it'll end up getting lost syndrome, where they set up heaps of mysteries, but it turns out they had no idea to begin with.
yeah. Well, the solution to that is just you literally never have any intention, and you never ever take the bait and try to use it as a selling point for a patch or something. And that I don't think they'll be able to resist. So I think we will eventually get something for her. But
Well, the thing is that she was super peripheral in Penacony. And this isn't really a spoiler, I don't think. She's super peripheral in Penacony. She's not the main villain. She's not really a main villain type. I don't think that there's any point in the story where you feel like she's a main villain, so I don't think that I would call that a spoiler. But by the time the story is over, you don't really feel any wiser as to what she was doing, but it does start to feel like there's no real reason for her to do any of that of her own accord, because she generally only does things of her own accord that she thinks are fun, and you will run into a bunch of those, but a lot of other things she does don't really fall into that category. Like a lot of the time when she's on screen, she's just there to wind somebody up. Sometimes it's you, sometimes it's somebody else, but she's just trolling a lot of the time. And it's very obvious that she's trolling because she's just like visibly being a nuisance just because she finds it funny. And this is the way she operates most of the time. But there are things that don't fall into that category that she does as well. And those things, well, why would she be doing them? Why is she here at all? And it's revealed way, way earlier in the game. Like if you play through all the events before, like if you try and play through the old events in a sort of like roughly chronological order as you make your way through the story. And by that I mean particularly Trailblaze continuances like Ethereum Wars and like the ghost hunting squad and that sort of thing. Like you will find out way in advance of Penacony that Sparkle is intending to head to Penacony. And you'll find this out about several characters actually. Like there's a huge amount of lead up buried in old events about all of the different parties that are going to collide on Penacony. Like you're the last one to find out basically. And so Sparkle clearly has a plan in mind. Like she wants to go there for a reason. But you just don't ever really get to find out exactly what the whole agenda was. It could be as trivial as to do the things she actually did, but there could be a deeper message behind it. That's the problem with the Fools, is that you might not think you've got the full story, but that might be because there isn't one. But all of the Fools have different approaches. Like Sampo from his personal testimony doesn't get along very well with Sparkle because their idea of how to express their loyalty to Aha is radically different. Whereas Sampo gets along a lot better with Giovanni, for instance, who is also one of the Fools. Because Giovanni's basically only interested in everybody having fun. And he's not interested in imposing his idea of fun on anybody else. He just will make it available for people to participate in. Which is why he designed the Pokemon game, because people like playing Pokemon games all across the galaxy.
I am more and more convinced that Aha is the correct Aeon to follow. Even if you have to deal with Sampo, Aha definitely has the best track record.
But yeah, so that's why it's got enough deep lore to it that I'm particularly interested in the way things will go, and it's linked to all the other Honkai games. I'm always looking for places where ZZZ joins up to the rest of them, but I haven't been able to quite get a handle on it yet.
We're still
Like
very early in ZZZ's story. Like we're just now got the first patch.
It seems like there's a fairly distinct dearth so far of alternates, and but to me, I think that Nineveh looks like a Honkai beast. Like it's basically indistinguishable from a really big Honkai beast. So yeah, there could be some sort of connection there.
I
Because
literally just unlocked.
From what I've seen, they don't really make anything clear about what exactly the Hollows really are. Why are they there? What are these things that are in them, and why are they there? Like, what is ether corruption? Why does it happen? And what is this phenomenon at all?
Keeping
Like, all of
that
this
from the
seems to be
player
like
is
myth arc stuff.
yeah, that's the thing that's dragging all the character stories together. Is slowly drip feeding you more and more of this. We don't even really know how much Bell and Wise know about the Hollows. The game's playing that very close to their chest this early, and it's very obvious they intend to us.
Bunga bunga. Ifrit is basically useless in here.
Much. Oh, did I?
Oh my goodness. I can't get into Dreadworm Trance, so I can't use any abilities except for Ruin and Energy Drain and Fester.
I had that check mark. I use the auto comboer thing that Yoshi hates for machinists
Right.
because I'm not going to press the stupid hypercharge not turning into heat shot drives me absolutely bananas. Basically, and has even before this expansion. But I had accidentally, when they updated the UI in the last update, turned on the super secret hidden knowledge button for Machinist, which allows you to condense Ricochet and Gauss Shot into one button. And it'll just only have whichever one has more charges be active.
I see.
Because with this expansion, they upgrade both Gauss Shot and Ricochet into brand new buttons that do literally the exact same thing with no distinction.
I see. Huh. Well, that's
Two abilities with 3 separate charges each instead of
that
one button with
seems
6 charges.
extremely pointless.
Uh huh.
This feels like this feels like homogenizing an ability out of existence functionally.
Yeah. So repeating no ricochet, no ricochet, no ricochet on the boss, final boss of the floor 90 or 190 boss in Palace is no longer necessary if there is one in the new deep dungeon because it will not matter. You don't hit the OGCDs at all. You know that one niche practice it had was a fairly significant one, but nope. Hey, what the boss without how many.
So I played a little bit of ZZZ also, just enough to unlock Hollow Zero, which I haven't really done yet, other than the tutorial one.
You get 30 poetics, 60 baby current tier tomes, and 15 big tier tomes.
It's not bad considering the amount of effort that goes into that last 10 floors.
So, okay, ZZZ. I can go off this one too.
So I mean, I don't really have much to say about it other than honestly, I often get the feeling that the whole Bangbu navigation thing is just weighing the game down. Like I understand the purpose, but I feel like you spend too much time there.
Yeah, I find myself much preferring the combat missions. Like I downloaded an action game. I want to play an action game.
Yeah, the puzzle elements so far have been incredibly rudimentary to the point where I don't really understand the point of keeping them there.
And later on, there's a couple of them that are so poorly translated, I had to go look up a guide or just have Fairy do it for me. I'm talking about one that talks about colors in particular. You probably haven't gotten that one yet. I think it's somewhere in chapter 2 interlude.
I'm like I said, I've just cleared Hollow Zero, which is chapter 1 interlude.
Yeah. Oh, I'm more saying later on, those are still
Yeah, I don't feel like they're materially benefiting the game. Like I can sort of understand the need to put filler in there to avoid having it to having to make it turn into a exploration game, which is not what they were going for. But
I feel like the
I just
simulated
don't
universe
feel like
equivalent
it's
is enough.
benefiting. Yeah, I don't feel like it needs to be everywhere. Like clearing the exploration ones, the puzzle ones, like it feels like a chore. It doesn't feel like the game. It doesn't feel like I'm playing the same game. It feels like I'm doing this nuisance activity that I need to because the game told me to.
And they do try really hard as the story goes on to really use that format to incorporate it into storytelling as best they can. But I would rather see the characters on screen. I know that would be harder on the animation team. way for you to really pour your budget into it scenes, which you clearly do. But there's
Yeah,
um,
like the presentation when they're going all out on presentation, like it's really impressive. It's really good to look at. Even though the aesthetic is not really 100% my jam, it still looks really nice. I like the presentation. But yeah, every time the Bangbu navigation screen comes up, I'm like, groan again. Really, we're doing this again? Do we have to? Could we not just like skip straight to the combat? I'll do like 5 extra combats if you just let me skip the bamboos.
I mean, like 3 extra waves of combat, and just do them all at once, please. Save me the load screens.
But yeah, that's. I mean, I really can understand the framing device as a means of structuring the way the game is put together. Like, I get it, I do, but I don't feel like it makes the game better. Like, I don't feel like you've actually gained much ground there. You've just because it's too conspicuously padding. Like, it doesn't look like, oh well, this was actually padding, but we made the padding thing fun. Like, you've tried to make it fun, sure, but I feel like this idea is just not quite mature enough to be fun. Like, there's not enough there, and probably I presume that there's just a correct solution to everything, and that
Oh,
ultimately what we're going to see is people looking for a guide for every fixed stage.
well, the thing is that they made them so simple that you do not need guides. You're going to figure out the optimal way to get through it.
I was sort of assuming that eventually that there would be nasty things where like they bait you into wasting resources so you can't get all the things or
Un-
something like that.
Unless I just pick the correct response by chance every single time. Oh, Dorsey.
Yeah, I was like, what is he trying to do?
Oh, there's a crocodile. He might open it. Or crocodile. There he goes. Now it's open. Yeah, it's I really think they need to just have more confidence in their action game part of their game. Uh, the uh, the TV section for the story bits anyway. I think it works fine for simulated universe. I think it's
Yeah,
perfectly engaging
I, d-
there.
I don't know whether or not I don't know if there's a way that they can grow out of it in the main story or not. Like, I don't know how they can do that. I think that the most that we could hope for is that they simplify it to the point where it's trivialized. And I don't mean that they just make the puzzles easier or something like that. I mean, like, use it basically as a menu to select your next fight, and that's basically it. Because I don't really, I'm not seeing the benefit of having this system in place at present. It makes perfect sense in simulated universe, like it's purpose built for simulated universe equivalent.
Yeah.
Like, it makes total sense there. Like, I don't resent it there, but what I resent is going to that exploration commission menu,
Hmm.
and then having to troll through all of those.
Yeah. Whereas when you boot up a combat one, even if it's when you finally start to get some of the harder ones, you're like, oh yeah, I can rock and roll that. I'll give it a few shots and see what happens. No big deal. Load up the combat, you're good
I
to go.
did I did all the exploration ones first, because I hadn't done any of the commissions up to intermission one, and I felt this is the reason I realized that I really really didn't like the Bamboo navigation portion was because I did all the exploration ones first, and it was kind of and then when I booted up the first combat mission and it just took me straight into the fight, I felt this really palpable sense of relief. And then I realized that I'd actually been dreading having to go through flailing around that TV screen again.
Yeah. When I, as long as you don't just speed mash your way through and check the walls by just running along the walls, you'll find everything. Go every single mission won't even be hard. The only way you'll miss something is if you push the D-pad too fast. You have to really be hammering it. Balance.
Well, everything's on cooldown, so it's ruined spam.
Ruin his day. But yeah, The second I realized that they've made the completion of these things, as far as getting all the three little dots and the treasure chests, super duper easy for all of them. It helped with the grown factor a bit, but I still would prefer just combat missions. I really think it just, well, it really
Yeah.
does work for simulated universe style, and they really do show off some of the unique different styles they can do for each world in simulated universe. Like three of them of the many different types of worlds you can load into difficulty. Load into a type of a world, so it would be like world 3 or 4 simulated universe in Star Rail. You'll show up in the first tile. Will have a consistent NPC that'll pop up, and like one of them is uh, a bank guy that offers you a loan that you are expected to pay back if you don't want to have a huge penalty at the end of the floor set. But he also gives you a buff that increases your damage the more money you spend at Bangbu shop tiles. So you're incentivized to really prioritize gold on that particular world. There's another one that increases your pressure and will just apply negative corruptions to you that can be really painful. But if you can make it through the floor set and get to the next floor set, he'll offer you the ability to cleanse them all and give you rewards based on how many debuffs you got through the floor with. And you every step you take on the tile screen increases your pressure and can give you more debuffs.
Yeah, the
So
one I'm really scared of is the one that can turn taking a boss hit into a lethal hit.
yeah, the one that gives the boss a
That's what
chance to
I'm
land
scared
a
of.
critical.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm gonna have to play this comically carefully, and that means I'm gonna fail the timer.
Yeah, get used to that perfect dodge button.
Well, that's the other main criticism I have. I've got a mimic. Oh dear, you're a frog. The other main problem that I have is that I feel like I'm getting worse at the game the more that I play
Yeah,
because the enemies are too trivial.
early on it's got a huge difficulty problem. It's too easy early on, way too easy. They don't, while they are,
So I feel like I'm being actively taught to exploit rather than to play.
yeah, well, you're not even being taught to exploit. They just have so little HP that if you never ever interact with Grace's mechanics, just her auto attacks will kill stuff until like 1 or 2 world.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I've just been hammering her regular attack because I can try and interact with the mechanics, but it
You
won't matter. I might as well just auto attack because the net effect over time will be the same.
Yeah, they have so little HP that there is no heckin' way you can build up the shock gauge fast enough at starter, especially at starter and nominally build up levels, to trigger shock and really abuse Grace's main mechanic, which is AoE damage and a ton of electric status buildup. You'll get by just with her stupid nail gun.
Yeah, and I get the sense that nail gun is supposed to do like trivial chip damage,
It,
but
it's
it's
not
actually
insignificant damage. It does hit more than a good chunk of characters,
in
but it's not
in
supposed to be her
practical
main
terms,
source of damage.
it's face destroying presently.
Yeah, it is going to wreck shop where you're at right now because the enemies just have too little HP. You're supposed to do about 3 nail gun hits, and you can choose to finish the combo for a bit of bonus electric damage for the extra, because the last hit of her combo has electric damage on it. But its main purpose is to build up her little charge gauge so that you can use that on her skill, whether you have the juice for the EX version or not, to just constantly be applying electricity if you really need a proc shock effect. And the nail gun is not supposed to be a key feature here. It's supposed to be the filler.
That's also something that globally I've had difficulty with. Like my brain simply cannot wrap its mind around the idea of pressing the skill button when there's not enough juice.
Yeah, a lot of characters rely on the juice bar is nice, and Butler Bangbu will certainly help it be more purple more often. But I just popped steals. Um, but yeah, you need to push that button.
But how? How will I know when I need to push that button?
You'll
I
just
don't, it's just like I don't. It's the system is in any other game. They would not overlap those two things.
but we're limited on button space because we have to be in a mobile game. They
Yeah.
have to mush them together.
Which is why I've got this cognitive dissonance about it.
Yeah, you just have to.
Because it's the gauge button, man.
So they actually did a quality of life change that I have turned off right now because I'm using Jinyi. But it is for before I pulled her, it would have been incredible, and that's called manual perfect or manual assist is now possible. It used to be because remember how I mentioned last week that was a silver chest, we were dead. Or rather, if that was a bomb chest, we were screwed. Um, the last week you want to build up stun gauge and then either use your character's EX skill or finish your combo to pop the assists to have all the characters tag in and wombo the boss. And depending on how well you built the stun gauge, they'll take bonus damage for the stun afterwards while they're stunned afterwards. Well, the thing about that was you were required to go into this assist attack phase, regardless of what uh some characters could go into it at multiple points in their combo, let's put it that way, and they could enter it very early, and this is kind of necessary if your goal is to trigger those. But if it's not and you want to go for status build, like let's say you have Grace on the field, Grace will go into that attack very fast. She will, if you the mob goes into 100% on the stun gauge and you finish a combo with Grace, which her combo is very short, it's 4 very fast hits, and her EX skill comes out almost immediately, so it'll pop it instantly. You're going into the team assault attack, but maybe you don't want that damage right now. Maybe the enemy's got a shield up, and you're really trying to build up electric charge. You didn't have a choice. You had to sit through the whole team attack thing, and either waste a good chunk of the stun gauge, just ignoring the mechanic, or you had to loop all the way back around to Grace if she was the only electric character you had on the team. Now, what you can do is anytime that would trigger in the combo, you can just keep the attack button held. It's kind of a jank workaround, but it's they realized it was a problem at least, and it made it so you can just hold the attack button and the assist will not trigger after the enemy is stunned.
I guess I didn't realize that. I mean, like, because
It's not relevant to your level.
When I get presented with that situation, I just go Grace, NB, Grace, NB, Grace, NB until I run out.
Yeah.
Or Bang Boo shows up.
Yeah, it's not relevant at your level at all. And this will be consistent until about at least 2, maybe 3 world level ups. Like I didn't really start even having to touch the mechanics until at least level 30, maybe level 40. It has a big problem with its early game, where it just is way too easy.
And it's making me bad. Like, because it's just like, you end up not taking damage seriously as well, because a lot of the damage ends up being sort of like borderline unavoidable. Like the regular guys that just sort of like shoot you from across the battlefield and just sort of chip damage you with single digit damage all the time. It's like, why bother trying to avoid that? It's almost impossible to avoid to begin with.
Yeah,
and so you end up just sort of not thinking about it, which will just get you in trouble later.
Yeah, later they will become perfect dodge fodder, which is great because you can trigger more elemental statuses and jumpstart some combos. But early on, they don't matter.
I don't really know how you're supposed to see how that works anyway, because I just see a laser coming in from some like weird direction on the screen, and it's like, well, I have no idea where that guy's actually standing, and I have no idea when he's going to fire, so I might as well just ignore it.
The way I do it is I just they do not do the Devil May Cry thing, but they do have the little arrow on the screen that points to all enemies off screen, and if one is glowing orange, they're about to attack. And so you will usually, if it's a bigger attack, you'll hear a shing that'll tell you this attack is coming right now.
That's the thing about the bullets, though, right? Because
Yeah,
none of them do that.
Yeah, they're little attacks. So you have to turn your camera to look at them. That said, there's nothing that really penalizes you for just being a little slow on those. So, and they even at the higher levels, those little bullets, they're annoying. And if you're on the simulated universe world where you have to spend health to get bonuses, their damage can start to add up. but they're more there to be a distraction. More than often than anything, those little enemy guys, not worth it to stun them. So you're usually whipping your DPS out trying to go after them. But they have a very with the DPS I use Yugen, the last character banner. Um, they have a very good ability to just magnetically pull her across the entire map with her charge attack if you do the rolly version of it. And she will just go roll literally across the entire map to go kill one random little dude.
I've actually been having that trouble, particularly for some reason that I haven't been able to establish with Nicole, where she will always pick a dead target to shoot at for some reason. I don't
This,
know why.
yeah, I'm not sure what it is with gun havers in this game, but they seem to go, I can hit that, and they'll just go shooting off or running off towards the character that is not the one you want to be hitting right now. So that's there are there are engine shoes and starting pains with this game. There are, and the stuff with the TV screens is kind of a fundamental problem that I don't think is ever going to go away. But figuring out that nothing they presented so far has been even remotely close to me needing to bust out a guide for, except for the dumb mistranslated puzzles one. It eased the pain of those missions quite a bit, basically. But yeah, I think everybody prefers combat missions. Physican.
I'm Physican. You're gonna get healthy.
Get the horde over there, man. Bombs and pteranodons.
Need to get Aaron Villain here to round them all up.
There we go. Exit. So yeah. Conversely, I have finished the main story of ZZ. Got up to the current patch. I think there's a little bit of new story content added for this patch, because my I now have a red quest objective again. I have not done it yet. I was focusing on getting my Star Rail account up to the current world level because I did a jump after I did the museum, and had another 10 levels to make up for. Borrow your Firefly a lot. You must have logged in one day and just seen 20 or 40,000 credits on that Firefly.
Doesn't go up. Don't think it goes up to 40,000. I think it only caps it at 20,000.
Yeah. Whatever the cap is, there must have been a day where it was capped. At least one or two.
There've been a couple of days that it's capped out.
Yeah, because I just if it's anything that requires farming, I'm like, yeah, I could sit here and chew my way through this forever, or I could just Firefly.
I didn't borrow anybody's characters for any of my farming. I just did it all myself.
Yeah, screw that.
But I had an extremely effective team though, because my first 5-star was Himiko, and those fragmentum bats, I think of them as. I don't know what they actually called.
Oh, they're free fodder for chaining her follow up attack back to back to back to back.
Yeah, yeah. You put her and hurt her in a team, and you press one, you break one character at the start or whatever
You'll make a
with your
sandwich.
skill, and then it will auto the rest of the battle. No
Yeah,
problem.
I borrowed a Himiko before I had you on my friends list. Way when I first installed the game before you gave me your friend code, and that's what I would do until I got your Black Swan, and then it just turn turbo on and hold the triangle button. And now it's your Firefly, and now I have to push a few more buttons.
Well,
But
Firefly's not really built for autoing. Where
hey,
are my Time-worn relics? I have not gotten any.
I got one.
My Jimmy's perturbed.
I feel like the rate on these stupid things could have been increased by like 15% for floor set. we'd still have most people not using this as the method to get the relic. So yeah, ZZZ. So do you have any? It's very hard for me to spoil story for Z because, as I said before, most of the game so far is setting up the myth arc with the Hollows, and they do not provide many answers in uh, initial setup. Oh, you. Um. Nope. FO. Uh, is focused on character stories and faction stories. But I can confirm that the Cunning Hares have a significant reappearance in Chapter 3, despite Chapter 1 being their story.
Right.
Or rather, the prologue being their story. And part of Chapter 1. So they are playable for the first mission of Chapter 3 and a significant part of the background events afterwards. But the main story goes each of the available factions, aside from one of them, I think, and just each one has their own story. And I think you'll like Grace. I think you'll be happy you pulled her, even though she is certifiably insane.
Yeah, the gacha has not been nice to me on characters. I have a grand total of 6 agents still, and I've nearly run out of whatchamacallit, free stuff to pull with.
Yeah, your first initial batch of stuff.
So yeah, I'm pretty much dependent on Grace to carry me.
Yeah, Grace will take you further than you might think for a character that doesn't get talked about a lot. She is
On
strong.
the upside, I also have her signature engine.
Oh, the yellow one. That's good. That'll really up her ability. Yeah, just get
I
her.
have no idea what any of the, I have no idea what any of the stats mean. Like,
She needs the 2 anomaly stats.
what's the difference between days and impact? Like, I don't know what's going on.
Days is how long the enemy is stunned for, I think, and the percentage that gets built up. Impact is how much of the stun gauge you build. The flat number. Build more stun more quickly with more impact. Usually, always the winning stat for stun. But for Grace, you want anomaly proficiency and anomaly potency, and electric damage. Any scrap of electric damage you can get.
I think I mainly need leveling items.
Yeah, this game.
It's reminiscent of the Genshin EXP curve.
Yeah,
That's been my experience.
the curve is not nice. I just leveled up to the current world level I'm at, which is level 50 is my level cap, and I have 3 level 50 characters because they want a lot of Mora, and they want a lot of EXP books. They want a whole lot of skill tokens. And just this thing has Genshin tier stinginess with the handouts there, but I can kind of understand it this early in the game them being as stingy as they are, because the roster just is not very big. Even accounting for the 2 limited characters we've had on the 2 banners that come before this one. The 3 limited characters now. I think we're looking at a grand total of like 14 characters in this game. Like the roster just ain't very big. Might be a little more than that. Might be up to 16. They're just there just ain't that many dudes.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just get the same ones over and over again. This is why I'm stuck at 6. And 3 of them, they just feed to you. No, 4 of them. 4 of the ones I've got, they just feed to you. I know that eventually you get Sokaku for free, and eventually you get Ben for free. But I guess nobody uses Ben.
Ben is the only character I would say in the game that's just. There is a meme team.
I think that's like a design issue though with tanking generally. Like there's not a motivation to tank.
Yeah, it is always going to be faster to be proactive, and if you're going to base your scoring around speed primarily, uh,
It
well,
strongly disincentivizes anything that requires you to wait.
yeah, that Royal Guard is for style points, not for speed, and your reward system once again is based entirely around speed. So I guess I can pogo here and talk since we're talking about the characters. Um, I did pull for Kingi and got her eventually. I had to go to pity on Rena, or go to pity and got Arena spook. So lost my 50-50, and then had to go about 50 or 60 in, and that took everything I had for monochrome, but I managed to get her. And people in this community were poo pooing her pretty hard from the leaks, and they're still trying to dunk on her because a lot of people are trying to talk themselves out of pulling for her because they want.
What archetype is she?
She's stunt. She's ambi, but more focused on. She has a bit more build up of anomaly stuff and higher stats because she's a 5-star, but she's an electric stunner like ambi.
What part of AoE stunner with anomaly is bad?
Basically, she stuns slower than ambi, but there's two reasons I think most of this is just the community trying to have copium. The first is the next character coming out is the closest thing we have to a sword waifu coming into the game so far. So everybody wants to save for her because there just hadn't been a whole lot of events yet. And she's a physical anomaly character, I think. Uh, that's going to be what Pepper is trying to be on her stat sheet, except usable according to the leaks, and the leaks say she's really good. And also, people just like her better than Kingi, so they're trying to play Kingi down. And they really have gotten used to how easy Anbi is to play. They don't like that Kingi takes more work, but the thing they all will conspicuously leave out
I
of there
tried
now.
I tried I tried her in the demonstration, and she's not difficult to use by any stretch of the imagination. You just need to think about what buttons you're pressing instead of not thinking at all, like with Envy.
Yeah, you have to really
And
try.
even if you don't, even if you just spam, she still works adequately.
Yeah. So the stun will come out slower in the end because you have to hold her third. You have to mash on her third hit for long enough to get the little flash, to get the big stun at the end. But the payoff for it is way better than what Ambi gets if you can pull the whole thing off without getting
And
murdered.
it's also got mad AoE hit stun for small enemies as well.
Yeah, it's if you can land the full combo and build your meter all the way up, you'll inflict the enemy with stacks of suppression, which is a unique debuff that she applies. You can't see these stacks very easily without looking at the stun meter. But basically, what they do is they make the enemy take excess damage above the normal stun damage cap. So normally, when an enemy is stunned, it takes 150% damage. So you get a flat 50% damage boost. Stunned enemies, and that's really really good for dropping bosses fast with a DPS character. With Ginny, if you can do the combo right and get good with timing her perfect dodges to keep that third hit going as long as possible, so that it's maxed out and can get you like 220 or 250, which is her cap. That's a huge damage increase if you can pull it off. And it really will just let you melt bosses that would normally like take a long time. If you've got your ultimate built up and you get that boss on 230% bonus damage taken, and you pop every damage boosting thing you've got and drop your ult point blank on the boss with a semi competently built DPS character, you're gonna melt an entire phase of the boss. At least at my world level. But I can only assume this logic will hold for future ones as well, because I don't see the gameplay changing much between my current world level and the later ones. Just the numbers getting bigger. So people are really poo pooing on her, but it just seems like people don't want to. They've become too used to Ambi solves everything, and Ambi's good. Ambi's really good, but Kingi has a very functional use of you want your DPS to clobber the thing that's currently fight in your group as hard as it possibly can. And Ambi is for a more generic. Okay, I want to trigger as many stuns as I can, as quickly as I can, or get medium tier enemies into stun, and keep them there basically to chain back to back combo things. Yeah, Ambi works great for that, and she's probably better than Kingi for that particular purpose. That does make up a good chunk of the content in the game. Um, but Kingi's niche of boss killing is so good. Like I got to the last boss of a simulated universe run and had I hadn't built up anything for her, but just the raw bonus damage she made that boss take was insane. And it was a difficulty level I had not done before too, just on top of everything else. But people, no, people are saying she's terrible. But I think what I'm going to take to heart is if the Hoyo community says it's bad, it's good, and if they say it's good, it's bad in pre-release. It doesn't matter how good the leaks are. I believe the reverse Klee effect is also in play here. Because I don't know what these people are talking about. Also, this game is an action game, I guess. So what the Hoyo community says matters even less than normal because you can compensate for it. Yeah, you can compensate for a character's shortcomings, like Kingi's slower ability to stun, just by playing better.
But Aristeal, I can't reduce the parabolic arc on Klee's projectiles.
No amount of practice will help your parabolic arc problem. But practice will certainly help you do perfect dodges on Kingi and keep the third hit of that combo rolling as long as you can. That is 100% within the. Oh, both of those sites? Okay.
Yes.
This is my drill. Bad main. So yeah. So I am completely tapped on resources now. The gacha was very nice to me early. It decided to get me back, but Reina's E1 is not bad, so it didn't. It still likes me. It just wanted to remind me that remember you will lose the 50-50 occasionally.
Just wants me to play Piper, which I have zero desire to do.
Yeah, Piper does not look very good. Just believe in your girl core, and she'll get you there. She'll more than get you there for the first several levels. But yeah,
I haven't really been using her because there's no reason for me to do anything other than
Grace go shoot with a nail
things with
gun.
Grace. Like, because everything just falls over. It's like, well, I could switch characters and stuff, but if I do, then that just puts me in harm's way, and I wasn't in harm's way before. So
yeah, Grace synergizes incredibly well with Kingi. So while her banner's up, if you decide that this is a time you want to get into the game and play, they do work incredibly well together. Besides just yellow pulse. No, but from a gameplay perspective, these two are working incredibly well for me. I don't know how well Shock Anomaly as a fallback plan works in the later world levels, but working fine now. Use her primarily for stun and have Grace as a fallback for Shock Anomaly when the boss just has a ridiculously huge stun gauge.
no, why does my Ruby Ruin never get off?
Yeah, because I have Drill. Drill does that. How did you get down here? But yeah, that's where I'm at for gameplay side of ZZZ. I liked the story missions for the characters, not super special. When you are going through the story missions for like Soldier 11, especially hers is going to feel very generic. Nekomata's was much better. That's the other character story I've done. second one you unlock. And it's just it's hard to describe. There's nothing exceptional about these stories, but they're a good time so far with the ones they've got written. Clearly, they figured out how to avoid the writing pitfalls that they ran into with some of the earlier Genshin stuff, for instance. Dungeon.
Oh, he's trouncing. But unfortunately, I was miles away.
Oh, I have no control over the Cribdees because he targets a random person. Any potion go?
There's no time to click a potion. He just killed me.
Oh yeah, the Charybdises suck bigger than their circle. Yeah, go to your.
Low res.
But yeah. So just wanted to
I
interject
don't.
there.
I don't know that I want to go ham on this game. Certainly not yet, because honestly, the task list looks way more onerous than the one on whatchamacallit, Star Rail.
It's go.
Because because when you look at it at a glance, it basically says, "Oh, go clear Simulated Universe 7 times." Like 7? I'm used to clearing it once a week.
Yeah, because their equivalent is basically all they got right now this early in the game. They don't have any of the other game modes. Uh, and that 7 times, you really only need to do it twice. Get most of the rewards for doing it twice. The rest is like Bang Boo EXP. Are you seriously going to play enough to get your world level up, where you can level your Bang Boos up fast enough that you're gonna not just naturally accrue a few of those, quite a
Are you
few of
trying to
those?
say that you don't love your Bang Boos?
I'm saying I've already got plenty of juice for the Bang Boos I love, and I have never ever felt the need to go get more of the Bang Boo level up juice. Unless I really want to level up some extra Bang Boos. Because the Bang Boos are mostly passive anyway. Going out of your way to get the bonus EXP juice for them. Yeah, it can only be gotten through weekly quests and events and whatever. Blah blah blah. Who cares? The fact of the matter is, you're only going to be using Bang Boos and probably only going to use the S rank ones. You've got Butler, so if you don't have an applicable S rank Bang Boo, you're going to use Butler anyway. So you don't have to level up any other Bang Boo.
I still haven't been able to work out what the Bang Boos even are.
Nene. Nene. But yeah.
They're strongly implied to be robots, but everybody acts as though they're like just like this independent race of creatures that were just sort of people ran into rather than making them or anything like that. But you also own them, their possessions, as well as being autonomous sentient beings with their own hopes and dreams. So I'm really confused about what position these creatures occupy in the cosmos.
Don't know. I think their position is to be named Ask and Give Change and run the convenience store. Or be Butler Boo and learn how to be a butler. Like I think their purpose is decided at life by the at the creation point of for each individual Bang Boo.
And it seems like they all know each other or something.
For all
Like
we know,
because
this could be a major plot point
the
down the road.
because the Explorer Boo immediately knew Bell as being, oh, you're that lazy Bang Boos master.
Yeah. That's probably enough for that's the that's my addition to Z. You can rock on whatever you got now. Move through the
Uh,
Hoyos after that.
right. I don't think that I have much else to say. Like I haven't even made a decision on whether or not I'm going to play more of ZZZ, or rather I intend to play more of it, but on what sort of schedule, because of them making it seem rather ponderously large, and in terms of the number of things to do, but there doesn't seem to be all that much variation. Like I can't get a feel for the scope of the actual game as it currently exists, and it's got that whole Bangbu navigation thing weighing over it. So yeah, I'm not really anywhere near as enthused about it as I am about playing Star Rail. I enjoy the combat, but like I've said, currently it's making me be bad at it, because being bad at it seems to be the optimal way to just progress. So yeah, I think honestly, like I would have been enjoying it much more so far if there were no trash mobs, because the trash mobs are literally just a waste of my time.
Yeah, and until the trash gets a significant amount of health and is mixed in with harder enemies or come in just swarms, they are totally irrelevant and just are there to be nail gun fodder.
Yeah, and I'm a bit sort of unsure about how things are going to shape up in the future. Like I was able to gel with Star Rail very easily because JRPGs are conceptually very easy. Like there's nothing complicated about the way things will work. It's like, well, I've got my guys, you've got your guys, and I'll have my turn and you'll have your turn, etc. Whereas in this one, there's like a lot more analog variables involved, and I don't know how that's all going to shape down. It's sort of going to play out as a more autistic version of Genshin's meta, which is already very autistic, and because everything is so much more narrowly focused on raw combat mechanics, it means that if they have power creeping issues, they're going to be horribly exacerbated in ZZZ compared to Genshin Impact.
Yeah, I think the advice I'm going to hold to on this that I've come up with for myself is until the scaling gets so out of hand with their power creep that it becomes like more than 40 to 50% speed levels of efficient, and the game starts expecting you to be able to clear that fast. I'm just going to pretend the ZZZ meta and community doesn't exist because it's much more satisfying just to noodle my way things through with
Well,
the
that's
team I
not
got.
really what I'm concerned about. Like, I don't have, unlike with Star Rail, I have no connections with the ZZZ community at all. I don't know anything about what they're thinking. I don't know what they're saying about any of the characters. I'm totally blind to all that. What I do know is that this is a Hoyo game, and the way Hoyo does business is always going to be power creep, but it needs to be kept moderate in order for the game to function at all. And what I'm concerned about is that if I progress through the game too slow, I'm going to run up against the wall that I ran up in Genshin, where after a couple of years of break, um, I was basically unable to play the game because when I came back, all of the content that was in the game was too difficult for me to clear. And the only way for me to deal with that was to beat my face against it for an extended period of time in order to overcome it through just sheer patience. And ZZZ being so much more narrowly focused on combat doesn't have a way of getting around it without doing combat. Like in Genshin, I could simply do exploration stuff and pick my battles. You can't pick your battles in ZZZ. You do the battle that's in front of you. And if their power creep gets out of hand and it turns out that, oh, well, actually, Grace is now so bad that she can only kill trash mobs, and against a boss, she doesn't have a role in your team. I hope you've been pulling the 5 stars and all the recent banners, well, then the game becomes unplayable.
It's there's a lot of unknowns with ZZZ. Everything investing in any type of new project like this with a new focus from a company is going to be a risk, especially one that has a track record of a power creep like what you call it does.
What I'm concerned about is I don't want to see this become Honkai Third, because what I've seen from like, because I contemplated when I was playing Star Rail, I contemplated playing Honkai as well so that I could see where the connections were, and eventually I satisfied myself that I wouldn't bother after watching an extremely in-depth and extensive video about what to do if you're planning to start late. And there was a lot of freaking information in there, and most of it was of the sort, don't be tricked by this, it was power scaled out of relevance. Don't be tricked by this, it was power scaled out of relevance. Don't use this character, it was power scaled out of relevance. Don't invest here, it will look good at the time, but you will regret it very shortly afterwards because it was power scaled out of relevance.
Yep.
Because
So
the Honkai Third is the closest analog that there is in the Hoyoverse to ZZZ, because it's very, very combat focused, and it had a lot of power scaling problems. Now it's very old compared to ZZZ. There's every chance that they've learned a lot of important critical lessons since then, but it suffered very, very badly over the course of its existence, to the point where most of the characters, like basically all of the free characters that you get in Honkai Third, apart from maybe one, throughout the course of the most of the like first 60 hours of story or whatever, are basically unusable for modern content.
yep. Also, I realized Sarah sent us an email.
We're professionals. Super professional.
Yeah, but we're also rubbing up on 4.5 hours.
It's true.
So, start with this. Scanning your email, it does seem like an RE Vol email, more than and with not a whole lot of Fern exclusive stuff. However, given the lateness in the show and how you probably want us to give it some attention, we had to scramble before the show, so we missed this one in the scramble. We will, I think, put this off until next week, but we will get to it. We see it there. We didn't completely miss it. So this is your full minute long acknowledgement. I promise I saw your email. We'll get to it next week. I just saw it late because we were scrambling with Fern suddenly not being here again. I saw it later in the show when I remembered to check, but we did eventually see it there. So I think that's the plan for that one. All right. Yeah, I figured this would happen. Rattling on with Star Rail and Genshin. So we've gone long on this one. I don't want to. The other reason is I don't want to bury your email at the end of a super long show. So we'll stick it more in the middle next show, I think, where it's supposed to be, when we've got a Fern to keep us on track and on time.
Write yourself a sticky note.
Yeah, I got it. Although next week, I'm doing some traveling for work. It should be over by the end of the.
It was on Monday.
It is. It's supposed to be over by the end of Wednesday. I should be back home and settled. However, I may be going around the state afterwards to go meet some engineers that weekend.
Do your startup?
Yeah. Oh no, that's been delayed again to October now.
I see.
Just got an email today. Oh, lovely. But yeah, I may be traveling around the state later in that week to go meet some engineers. So I may not be here next week.
Right.
It's not likely that it'll run into Saturday. That's probably a Thursday or Friday thing. But it's not impossible either. So just a heads up, you may not see me next. It will depend entirely on what the engineer's schedule is, and which engineers I can get a meeting with to set up lunch and learn stuff with, and when they want to do all that. So just giving y'all a heads up. Also, we are going into Hell Month soon. September is the worst month of the year. It is the end of fiscal year for everybody, and that includes me. And I am the accountant department. So free time will be gone in September. I would not expect me to make much progress on anything. I would not expect me to have much media to talk about all through September. I will do as much as I can to have stuff to talk about, but that is the busiest month of the year for me personally. And also, I think it's time for another Monster Hunter Nemesis re-listen to. I'll go ahead and queue that up for right around the end of the month.
Remind yourself that you hate the government.
No, just to vicariously live through Frank's punching the government in the face. You do business, if you do taxes for a small business, I promise you, I don't know where you'll wind up on exactly on the political spectrum afterwards, but regardless of what you were before, you will be somewhere closer to the right side and further close to the libertarian side. You may fall as far as the anarchist side, and if it's immediately after taxes, I could totally understand that. Once it sets for a few days, you may change your mind, but for at least a few days afterwards, you're going to be a total anarchist. Oh, I hate taxes. I hate every bit of this process. Alrighty. So yeah, we'll get to your email next week. I see yet more Doom stuff and more of your Doom mod community being a mod community and MMO expansions.
What, you mean they're all the mods are collapsing because people are turning out to be pedophiles?
Yep.
Oh, really?
That's literally his first sentence. Yes.
Oh.
So we'll get to we'll
What is with these mod communities?
we'll figure it out next week because I don't want to bury his email at the back of the show. All right. I think we should start wrapping up. You got anything before I send this out?
Nah.
All right, folks. We will see you next week. Sayonara. Bye bye.